never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. After a break for dinner, lawmakers returned for more voting to see who the next House Speaker would be. However, a vote to adjourn until noon passed by just 2 votes. 20 hardline Republicans had separated themselves from Kevin McCarthy, who is vying for the seat. The Buffalo Bills say Damar Hamlin is still in critical condition with some improvements following the stunning collapse and cardiac arrest on the field Monday night. Speaking on CNN's The Situation Room, the NFL's chief medical examiner, Dr. Alan Sills, expects the hospital to start providing updates soon.
I would anticipate that they'll do briefings as guided by Damar's family, which is what we all would want. We want to respect his privacy and their emotions in this time. We are in regular contact with them and with the hospital and obviously with the Bills medical staff.
The 24-year-old Hamlin remains in the ICU. Another body has been recovered in the aftermath of last weekend's atmospheric river storm in California. Authorities found the body of a woman while recovering flooded-out cars. It's the second body found in that part of Sacramento County since the storm caused levees in the area to breach last weekend. Salesforce is set to reduce its staff by 10%.
The San Francisco-based tech company announced the restructuring plan today. Its co-chief executive wrote in a letter to employees the cuts are a result of customers taking a more cautious approach to spending, and now Salesforce has a surplus of workers hired during a revenue surge earlier in the COVID pandemic. The company has around 80,000 employees globally, and the layoffs, including reducing its office space in certain markets, are set to occur over the coming weeks. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
The new Omicron subvariant is the most contagious type of COVID-19 you can get. However, the World Health Organization says the variant XBB.1.5 doesn't seem to make people any sicker. This is USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to PatriotSoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
After 6 rounds, the House adjourned until noon, when they will resume voting for the next speaker. Kevin McCarthy, who has eyes on being the speaker, tells CNN that no deal has been made, but his camp is making productive discussions. President Biden says he's going to be making a statement on border security on Thursday. Biden told reporters that we're working out details now with regards to a trip to the southern border. Negotiations for nurses at one New York City hospital are stalling as the threat of a strike looms. Leadership at Montefiore Hospital says the New York State Nurses Association has refused to come to an agreement despite offering an 18% wage increase, fully funded health care for life, and a significant increase in registered nurses. Representatives of Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin are praising donations made to his foundation. In an update posted to the GoFundMe page for Hamlin's Chasing M's Foundation toy drive, his team said the fundraiser has become an overnight reminder of the incredible nature of humankind. More than $6.7 million has been donated after Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest during the Buffalo game against the Cincinnati Bengals. The NFL's chief medical examiner, Dr. Alan Sills, says the reason for Hamlin's heart attack may never be fully understood.
It can be difficult sometimes to understand the cause of cardiac arrest, and we may never actually have a definitive answer.
Sills spoke on CNN's The Situation Room. A state of emergency is in place in California as a major winter storm arrives with incoming wind, rain, and flood dangers. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, is that my cue? I believe it is. Looky there. Cross over that midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so good morning to our East Coast friends. Around the country, the rest of you, good evening. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Time again for another full 5 hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Coming to you from our home base in Southwest Ohio. A little cooler tonight. Looks like, 40 outside the secret bunker after a couple of beautiful, well, maybe not beautiful. We didn't have a lot of sunshine, but definitely felt spring-like with temperatures in the 60s. Yeah, old man winter's coming back. Wind's kind of blowing, the cool air's coming in. As we'll drop back to more normal temperatures for this time of year. as we head toward the weekend. Believe it or not, it is already a Thursday. We work our way into the 5th day of January, January 5 of 2023. And again, if this is your first night with us for the new year, Happy New Year. Hope yours is off to a good start. Now, we typically take a look at our travelers' weather around the country. And indeed, the concerns tonight are for primarily the folks rolling out west, California. The big storm, state of emergency declared there for the state of California, as indeed the torrential rains have begun, especially in the northern half of the state. Rains will continue to encroach further and further south, all the way into Southern California. Major storm. It's already undergone the process of bombogenesis. It's a bomb cyclone. Scary. But life-threatening flooding, damaging winds. The anticipation is we're going to see a lot of folks without power, according to forecasters. Now, this just days after we already had deadly flooding and heavy snow over the New Year's weekend. Hundreds of thousands were without power from that system. There is, I guess you'd call it the proverbial train of storms headed into California. Travel conditions deteriorating rapidly over much of California overnight tonight. Travel may be difficult and dangerous in many areas by sunrise Thursday morning for a variety of reasons. It's the atmospheric river, as they refer to it, a massive plume of moisture originating from the tropical Pacific some 2,500 miles away that brings all this precip. This kind of a weather setup can lead to excessive rainfall, lots of flooding, and a ton of snow that could shut down travel where conditions are cold enough. The Pineapple Express, as they call it. Significant risk of flash flooding. People need to watch for and avoid rapidly rising water. According to AccuWeather, we may see street and highway closures. We've already seen some of that. Reports already coming in parts of California on major highways of cars being stuck in floodwaters. It's going to be a high-impact storm for California. Mudslides are one of the dangers that may persist for several days. Now, not only would this storm be tapping into a substantial atmospheric river, but it's just days after the previous storm has already saturated the ground in some areas. The rapid intensification of this storm, though, bombogenesis, means the winds will become a significant factor as well. In multiple areas, we'll be looking rainfall totals on the order of 4 to 8 inches. Now, in some parts of the country, 4 to 8 inches, that may cause some localized flooding. Got to keep in mind, there are parts of California that oftentimes don't see that much rainfall in a year. 4 to 8 inches, maybe as much as 12 inches from just this storm may impact some areas. There's going to be a lot of flooding, no two ways about it. Now, in advance of the potential flooding, the California Department of Resources announced earlier this week that they already have pre-positioned flood fighting materials and various equipment throughout the state. And they have deployed levee inspectors as the rainfall, again, has begun, especially in Northern California. But it is some heavy rain. Elsewhere around the country, there's not a whole lot on the map tonight. Still dealing with a little bit of light snow. North central Iowa, southern portions of Minnesota, the northernmost reaches of Wisconsin, where they do have some winter weather advisories there. And still a bit of precip, frozen precip, prompting winter weather advisories, northernmost reaches of New York, on up through Vermont, New Hampshire, and into the state of Maine. Most of the country looking pretty good tonight for moving that freight across the lower 48. Gavin Newsom there, California governor, declaring a state of emergency this past day, allowing them to utilize the National Guard to assist in the disaster response. and obtain support from the Federal Highway Administration if required. They've gathered equipment, they've gathered personnel to respond to the flash flooding, potentially avalanches and mud flows. As the National Weather Service is projecting that heavy rain and feet of snow in the higher elevations. We've already had several storms, late December, and of course, just this past weekend, 2 atmospheric river events that have already brought high winds and flooding. And this is not going to be the end of the line. Forecasts are also calling for another storm system. Let me get the correct information here. So here we are entering, Thursday morning. Friday, much of the state should be dry, but a system's going to be approaching Northern California with rain later, even on Friday. Saturday into Sunday, another storm carrying yet another atmospheric river will impact the northern half of California. Looking ahead to Monday into Tuesday of next week, another potent soaking storm could arrive and impact, like this particular system, much of the entire state of California. You've heard the old scenario, feast or famine. Years of drought condition. Those drought conditions, by the time this train of storm ends, will, for the most part, be alleviated. Reservoirs will be, reaching their top-out levels. So that's good news on one hand, but at the same time, it could be a deadly system as this train of storm continues there in California. All right, great to have you on board. Jacob checks in out of the box. Good morning, Mr. Summers. An overnight drive checking in from Kingsport, Tennessee. Hello to Dan. Want to give a big shout out to the person who invented sausage and gravy. You deserve a national holiday. And prayers for Damar Hamlin. Yes, the update this past day. We haven't been getting a whole lot of updates. Damar Hamlin remains in the ICU, but they do say he is continuing to show some signs of improvement. So that is some good news. Meanwhile, it's looking more and more likely that that game will not ultimately be played. We'll give you the latest on that coming up here. The matchup between the Bengals and Buffalo. Some of the reports are saying it's just going to be called a no contest sort of thing. We'll break down that scenario here just ahead. Meanwhile, Gerald, did you see your buddy down there with President Biden, with the traitor Mitch McConnell, and your governor from Ohio and Kentucky? Your thoughts? Yeah, it's all about the whole infrastructure bill, right? For years, we've been talking about the Brent Spence Bridge connecting Cincinnati with northern Kentucky. The need to replace that bridge. It's been awarded substantial federal funding, so the project is going to move forward. That's what they're all shaking hands about. Andy Beshear from Kentucky, Mike DeWine, Mitch McConnell announcing the Brent Spence Bridge Corridor project will receive more than $1.6 billion in federal grants through the passage of the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Billions of dollars to revitalize infrastructure and spur the economy. Groundbreaking on the project, they say, is probably going to be taking place later this year in 2023. Substantial completion slated for 2029. It takes 6 years to build a bridge. For decades, inadequate capacity on the aging Brent Spence Bridge has created headaches for drivers traveling between Kentucky and Ohio. This, we say, is a major step to fix the problem. That was the quote from Mitch McConnell. Using my role as Senate Republican leader, I stood with Rob Portman to break through the gridlock and pass the bipartisan infrastructure deal. Record funding for landmark infrastructure projects, including today's grant. Now, remember, with all the discussion was about the pork added on spending. I don't know that this would be considered pork because it is a needed project. But obviously, one key reason that Mitch McConnell was all in on this particular bill. Project plans call for the construction of a companion bridge to the west of the existing Brent Spence Bridge, as well as improvements to the current bridge and the roadway network that ties into each of those bridges. There will also be enhanced pedestrian access across I-75 in Cincinnati to reconnect downtown with western neighborhoods. Cincinnati will regain nearly 10 acres to develop in the downtown area. On the Kentucky side, the project will include a new storm sewer system to reduce flooding and improve some of the local roads there, enhanced pedestrian and bicycle facilities in the area of the existing and the new bridge. Ohio and Kentucky will share the cost of the new bridge equally. Each state will be responsible for the needed work on their respective side of the Ohio River. This, they say, though, the Brent Spence Bridge, this corridor, the second worst truck bottleneck in the country. So this is going to be a big improvement. I mean, there's more than $700 billion worth of freight, they say, that crosses that bridge every year. Bridge constructed in the 1960s to carry about 80,000 vehicles per day. The traffic load on I-75-71, which that's the two together crossing the bridge, is double that. More than 160,000 vehicles we've seen crossing that bridge in recent years. Because I-75 is a key freight corridor from Canada to Florida, the congestion, of course, affects commerce and commuters. All right, so that's the big news out of Kentucky. But Mitch, everybody shaking hands. Yeah, it's all chum-chum, buddy-buddy. It is 844-844-3388. It became the proverbial shish kebab show in our nation's capital this past day. The infighting, we've now had round number 4, number 5, number 6 of voting for Speaker of the House. We still do not have a speaker. And what are the likelihoods when they resume at the noon hour today? Supposedly, a deal has been struck which will bring some of the Republicans back on board to support McCarthy, but the numbers I'm seeing are not going to equate to a number that's going to actually be able to reach that magical 218. We'll give you the information, but supposedly the bickering, the infighting amongst the Republican Party is even actually getting kind of personal with some of these speeches on the House floor this past day. That's one of our top headlines as we make our way into a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to James. James says, hey, looks like we still don't have a House Speaker. I bet the Democrats are sitting back and really enjoying watching all this infighting amongst the Republicans. If you knew the whole story, James, yeah, the Democrats, they're actually, I don't know, I guess you'd say they're almost mocking what's going on. Yeah, they're bringing, literally, Democrats are bringing in popcorn, blankets, alcohol, kind of enjoying the shish kebab show. And the House of Representatives clerks actually called Democrats in the chamber to order this past day when they reacted to Representative Kat Cammack of Florida, kind of calling them out for mocking the sixth failed vote to install a new speaker. What she said was, they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that's been coming over there. Now, she's saying this on the House floor. The Democrats kind of erupted with, laughter, calling out the other, disrupting the House, and the House clerk had slammed the gavel several times. Order, order! It's a clown show. The clerk would ask all members-elect, to abide by the established decorum of the House while making nominations, she said. Yeah, they're enjoying it. They're loving it. Doug Collins said the Republican infighting it's getting kind of personal here. Yeah, open public debate. That's good. It's healthy. But this ongoing speaker vote is starting to get, quote, personal. And it's going to set up difficulty to get the 218 votes in this Congress, even once we do get a speaker. The thing that concerns me now, he said, though, is it seems to me, if you've listened to some of the nominating speeches in the last couple of rounds, they've turned more personal on both sides. I think at the end of the day, that's not going to help either side, no matter what policies you're trying to change or where you're trying to go. Because at the end of the day, once we do get a speaker, we're going to have to at least pretend like we're in the majority. I mean, with each vote again this past day, there's been at least 20 members that continue to stand against McCarthy. So that gives him just over 200 votes. He has to reach the 218. They've got to figure out how to get 218 somehow. If they can't get to 218, they're simply going to be giving YouTube speeches just over and over. This has been more than a decade in the making. Collins said that he was a part of it for 8 of those years. I think the problem we've had over the past 12 years is we've actually lied to voters. Doug Collins. Now, what is this so-called deal McCarthy says he has struck? Made a major deal, with some of the key holdouts. Now, hammered out by the Club for Growth, this deal will move some of the votes to McCarthy. But this is an agreement on super PACs, a major concern that we've been pressing for, according to whoever the Club for Growth is. We understand McCarthy and members are working on a rules agreement that'll meet the principles we've set out previously. Assuming these principles are met, Club for Growth will support Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. Supposedly with this deal, it would move maybe as many as 10 votes in favor of McCarthy. But it's still not going to reach the 218 number. Yeah, Club for Growth support for McCarthy might impact 6 of the holdout votes. They've got Dan Bishop of North Carolina, Mary Miller of Illinois, Chip Roy of Texas, Representative-elect Anna Pauline Luna, Florida, Andy Ogles of Tennessee, and Josh Breachin of Oklahoma. I mean, I guess we'll find out at the noon hour today when vote number 7 will be the next vote taking place after this deal. Of course, I could assume they're going to burn it up phone lines, call in some of these holdouts that have continued to vote against McCarthy. 3 additional times this past day trying to strike some kind of a deal. But it's the proverbial clown show in Washington, D.C. All right, we'll get your calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The House adjourned without electing a speaker. It's been 6 rounds of voting. A group of conservatives have been deadlocked for their choice. They'll return for a 3rd day at noon Eastern. 8 people, including 5 minors, are dead after being found at a home in Utah with what authorities say are gunshot wounds. Police do not believe there is a threat to the public or that any suspects are at large. A state of emergency is in effect throughout California for a winter storm that could be one of the most impactful to hit the state in the last 5 years. Sales are brisk at convenience stores across the USA as the Mega Millions jackpot moves closer to the $1 billion mark. The jackpot climbed to $940 million after no one matched all 6 numbers to win the top prize on Tuesday. The next drawing is on Friday. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, copy in the mail 57 is on board. Of course, there's Richard Morning from Central Florida, 81 degrees. Wow. I'll take that. Glad you're back on YouTube. All right. Question mark. How long will that last? Who wants to wager on that? Paul checking in. Go get them, everybody. Thanks for all that are rolling up and down the highways and byways, delivering the goods for all of us. Who's Your Garage checking in? Hello from Indiana. 37 degrees at this hour. There's Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. For the best 5 hours in radio, 34 degrees at this hour. All right, Larry says, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe, drivers. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew cooling off again in Troy, Ohio this morning. Roy is in northwest Illinois, where it's 31, feels like 23. A little wind blowing, yep, back to where you typically would be this time of year. Old Hank checking in from Dalton, Georgia. Used to be the carpet capital of the world. I don't think they are anymore. But all right, who else we got here? There's Lynn checking in from Broadway, Virginia. Everybody be safe. All right, Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and all the night owls. Kind of overcast. We're hanging in at 40 degrees at the Rochester Airport. Just fed the outside kitties. Didn't hear any gunshots. That's good. Stay safe and enjoy 2023. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. 40 degrees in Mountain Grove, Missouri. We're back on the trails, supercharged and looking good. A shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Wright County Livestock Sales. All right, Happy New Year finally from Shorty this morning. Marianne, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Everybody be safe. Hello to Tank, 42 here in Joseph City, Arizona tonight. Headed back east toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Dipsy Driver checks in. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. Clouds and 36 here in Stockbridge, Michigan. Everybody have a great, safe day today. Buster Brown, blessings for the new year. Steve, did you get the YouTube was bringing Overnight Drive back? We were back on last night. Let's see here. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia with 46 degrees. We hit almost 70 today after a pretty long night of thunder, lightning, some heavy rain. It's been some crazy weather, but have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Hillbilly Tex is on board. All right, off the exit 81 off I-75, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. 40 degrees in southwestern side of Hamilton County, Ohio. There's Pappy, kind of busy night countywide. Phone calls left and right. Haven't heard about any House vote today. Yeah, well, that's the update. Vote number 4, 5, and 6 still no speaker. All right. Yeah, McCarthy didn't lose any votes. I mean, I know vote number 24, there were 20 no votes from Republicans. Vote number 5 was the same. I think vote number 6, I guess he actually lost one because one of the Republicans just voted present. So that totaled 21. Yeah, that did not go to McCarthy there. Hello to Cliff. Good morning. Let's see. Fergie from Jackson, Michigan, checking in. Good to have you back. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Clear, warm here in Dublin, Virginia. We're at 53 degrees. Glad you're back on YouTube. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Thanks to all checking in via Facebook, YouTube. Get to the calls here. Who we got out of the box this Thursday morning?
Hey, Grump.
Hello, Grump. What's been happening? Happy New Year.
Oh, not much. How you been, buddy?
Hanging
Happy
with them.
New Year to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been kind of keeping tabs on this clown show that's been going on, and the thing that amazes me most, Steve, is you got the Freedom Party, you got or Freedom Caucus or whatever the hell they are, you got the Tea Party, you got that Christian Coalition Party, you got all these other parties that's running as Republicans, and none of them agree with each other. That's one of the biggest damn problems that I've seen with the Republican Party is all these different factions that come in, they run under certain things and, or certain agendas, and they get elected for it, and they get in there and they cannot get along. Mm-hmm. And it's, this whole damn thing, I think they'll have somebody today. It's probably going to be McCarthy. But, I just don't understand it. He's got 203 votes, or had 203. And there was 20 that was holding out saying, we're not going to vote. I listened to Bobert or whatever the hell that girl, that lady's name is out of Colorado. And, here's a lady that just barely skated by during the election. I mean, she, like 0.3% or something like that, 0.3%, she won by. And she's on there running her mouth and telling how she's going to hold this up and hold that up. She needs to thank her lucky stars that she's in the damn house, number one. And, this might be part of the process, but it's not, in my opinion, a healthy part of the process, because all these Republicans ran on the same thing. Every damn one of them ran on securing the border. They ran on getting a balanced budget. They ran on shutting the door on the IRS agents that Biden wants, the 87,000, and pulling funding there. They ran on pulling funding from for Ukraine and making them accountable for the money that they've already got.
Yep.
And that Brent Spence bridge did pay what, $1.2 billion, is what they're gonna was awarded for that bridge. Well, hell, they awarded Ukraine, $20.6 billion or something like that around that area there for, their infrastructure and more of this, more of that. It's a damn shame that, the Americans, our congressional members right now is giving a damn more about, Ukraine than they are about, about us. And personally, I don't care about Ukraine. It wouldn't bother me if Russia blowed them off the damn face of the earth, or vice versa. They're all a bunch of idiots, and it doesn't affect me whatsoever. I mean, they've been at each other's throats since day one, since the wall fell, or basically. Yeah. And this is what we're seeing now. But when we look at this whole election for Speaker of the House, McCarthy may not be the best choice, but the best choice does not want any part of it. And I've always thought that the best choice would be Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
and right out of Ohio. But he don't want it. He wants to run. He wants to be a chair on a committee, and I think that's probably one of the best places for him because he will not let up. And I would definitely look for him to, as soon as everything gets going, if they ever get off their butts and do it, for him to start sending out subpoenas to people that and start getting some referrals for prosecution. And that's exactly what this government needs. They need some people held accountable for. And that's what they all ran on. And this is what I do not understand is why in the hell a percentage of them are saying, McCarthy, he conked out on this, he went with the Democrats on this. Well, hell, how many times have they voted? What bills have they even put forward? I can look at Boeberts, and she hasn't put a damn thing forward. Except gun rights. She was talking on Hannity tonight, and listened to her on that. She said, we got to have, he's got to put up term limits. We got to have a guarantee on our demands for term limits. Does that dumbass not know that has to change the Constitution and that states have to ratify that? They can request it. She can do the requesting herself, but it has to be ratified through the states. And, the more I listened to her, the more I thought, well, she's just another screech owl, just like AOC is and the rest of them damn goofballs that has an agenda, but they don't want to do anything. They just want to be heard. They want to be popular. And they're really not the brightest bulbs in the box in order to put any kind of legislation forward that's going to be adopted and signed into law. So this is where we're at right now, and there was a couple of Republicans on as holdouts that I had a great deal of respect for. I thought, they really were serious. It would have started with the party and saying, look, McCarthy may not be the right choice. Our favorite choice, but right now he has the support of the majority of the group. Let's fall online here and work something out here where we can get it done. But that is just not happening, and it's they're looking like a bunch of damn idiots.
It's got to be kind of embarrassing when you see Hakeem Jeffries picking up, I believe, 212 votes in each. He's picked up more votes in every vote than McCarthy has.
Yeah, and he is the biggest dope there is. Here's a liberal, a far left liberal that, he's run on every kind of stupid thing under the sun. He believes in abortions up to the time of birth. But yet these tight Republicans here that just, they ran on that also. Here they're looking at this going, well, hey, it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit, Steve, if there weren't some Republicans that voted for the Democrat just because they're so dead set on Kevin McCarthy not becoming Speaker of the House. Well, I don't think that the Republicans would have done as well as they did in the midterms if it wasn't for Kevin McCarthy out there beating the bushes and was flying all over the damn country campaigning for people and pulling in funds for them and things like that.
Yeah.
But yet this is what we're up against, and it's they're going to have to answer to their constituents here pretty soon. And like I said, Boebert, she just skated by. I don't think she'll ever survive another election. Not the way she's been here lately. And this is not an attractive part of the Republican Party. This is something right here that like I said, they broke off into so many different factions that they don't even know what the hell they stand for anymore. And it's getting ridiculous. It used to be that the Republican Party stood for lower government. They stood for conservatism, balanced budgets, things like that actually meant something to the American people. And this is what they're doing right now. Now they're just let's just break off into our own little groups and have our infighting and let all these idiots over here laugh at us because we're acting like complete dumbasses. So I don't know, man. I tell you, it's it wouldn't take much for them all. If they just took a deep breath and stepped back and looked at the big picture here, what do they need to do? They need to stop Biden's agendas. You know, you never hear any more about oil prices or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, McCarthy did say, look, you know, I want the United States to go back under Trump's vision of energy independence. That has to happen. You know, he said we need to pull all the funding from all the support for all these undocumented that are pouring across the border and start transferring more funds over to the border agents and stuff so that they can start, you know, fighting this. Yeah, I agreed with all that. You know, like I said, there's things about Kevin McCarthy that I can't stand. But, you know, if with his written contract that he put out, there wasn't a damn thing in there that I saw was, you know, something that I would not agree with. And but yet you got Boebert and them. They, you know, she was talking about where they could have a safety trigger there, where 5 Republicans, 5 out of the caucus could you know, oppose him at any time
make a motion to remove the speaker. Some of them are supporting one member of Congress. One member can actually make a motion to remove, and that's not going to happen.
You know, you got to sit here and go, how in the hell are you people coming up with this stuff? You know, I mean, you know, you might have. What's next? I mean, they're gonna have another motion to allow Democrats to have votes on committees, or you know, also have subpoena power or whatever. It's you know, it seems like this kumbaya crap that some of them want. You know, let's just try to get along and do it the best we can. No, don't. You know, the party needs to unite against the garbage that's going on with the Democrats. You would think that would be their number one agenda, would be, hey, let's huddle up here, talk about our differences and stuff. Don't air it out in public like these morons that are getting on every damn show. Boebert was one of them. You know, she's been on 2 or 3 different shows, and I'll never vote for Kevin McCarthy. Why? You know, I mean, did he piss you off that bad with a contract, with a written contract? No, because she got on there saying earlier, a couple days ago, she said, well, you know, these are our demands. Why the hell do we, you know, that word right there just turns my stomach anyway, when you have political people. Yeah, I got to have a demand. You know, who the hell are you? I mean, here you are, podunk from Colorado that barely won, you know. So I don't know, man. I you know, the more we look at this, I think they are going to get together. I think there's some of them, and you're going to have a holdout. It'll be her. It'll be a couple others in there that, you know.
So they'll get to the 218, but they won't get every Republican vote. It's like, all right, you know, a lot of Republicans are getting kind of frustrated. It's you take the majority. I mean, it's very limited what they're even going to be able to accomplish, if anything, because you still have the Democrats in control of the Senate. You've got the president with the veto pen. I mean, what are they actually going to be able to accomplish? Very, very little in the next 2 years. All right, real quick, before we get a quick time out, it is 844-3388. Dean said some of these 20 members who were not voting for McCarthy are demanding committee appointments for their own selfish games. Yeah, some of the people need to call their offices and tell them they're embarrassed by their behavior right now. All right, hello to the Rambler. Good morning, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in from the Big Easy tonight. A big shout out to the Baldwin County Wild Man. We've got 57 degrees, very nice. I'll check in later this morning. Till then, everyone behave, stay safe, and know old Brother Rambler loves y'all. Now, the P.S., when I eat a medium reversed seared steak, I always use 57 steak sauce. Hello to Daniel. Good morning from over by Missoula, Montana tonight. And Dwight says, Republican, please sit down and shut up.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified solidified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Jump on in. What's on your mind? As we make our way into a Thursday morning, 5th day of January. All right, see who we got on the line with that. Is it possibly Big Ed?
It is Big Ed. Steve, good Happy New Year to you, my friend.
Happy New Year.
I went out to California, went to the Rose Bowl Parade.
Really?
And, buddy, yeah, and I'm telling you, it was worth every dollar I've spent. I'm on my way home now. I'm out here in Hope Rick, Arizona. Hello, heat wave if you're going by. But I'll tell you, Steve, if you ever can go, you need to go. Go stay on Colorado Boulevard. The people that's lined up, set their chairs up and camped out on the Colorado Boulevard. It was one big party atmosphere. People from all over the world was there. You know, naturally, I got a real nice hotel right there on Colorado Boulevard. It was called the Rose Crown. And my room was right there. You could sit there at the room and watch the whole parade as it went by. But what fascinated me was all these different people from different languages, different countries, black, white, yellow, green, whatever you want to call them, all come together and not one issue, not one person causing trouble. I think the cops probably had a fairly good, quiet night. And I was really impressed the way that whole thing went off, especially all the people. And you ever get a chance, you need to go. It's something you got to go watch. You smell it, and you feel it, and then just join in. Hell, they was dancing in the streets.
Now, did you actually get to go to the game itself, or did you just go out for the parade?
Oh, no, I went to the game, too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I had a little heated issues going on at the game. Then Utah and Penn State fans were crazy. I went neutral, but I was kind of pulling for Utah because, you know, when I had watched Utah beat Southern Cal, I really enjoyed the way that quarterback Utah played. I thought, man, he's a stud. I got to go watch this guy live, you know, see him, how he operates. But unfortunately, Utah lost. But while we was up there, they oversold the darn seats. So we kind of got into it with a bunch of people. Well, you can't be sitting there. And then security come up and said, well, y'all can't sit here. And I said, okay. I was only 10 rows up off the floor. I said, I'm not the one that oversold the seats. I'm not going to move. Well, the Utah fans were satisfied, but the Penn State fans were raising hell, saying we was too crowded, too bunched up. You know, just sit your asses down and enjoy the game. So security told me and my son, well, y'all got to move. No. I'll move, but you're going to put me down there on that field. You oversold the seats.
Yeah.
Therefore, it becomes standing room only. You're going to put me down there on the sideline. Now, take your pick. I'm going to sit right here where I was at, 10 rows up off the floor, or I'm going down there on the sideline. I won the argument. He told them people to sit down and shut up and enjoy the game. So we ended up sitting where we was set.
How about that?
That's the only issue I run into. Are you there?
So Big Ed wasn't taking any BS, I guess, as you would say there. All right, I'd like to hold through the break here because we're up to the top of the hour, news break time. I close out hour number 1 as we roll into a Thursday. Good to have you on board. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. While the House adjourned without a speaker or a deal for Kevin McCarthy, CNN reported McCarthy is proposing key concessions to push the total to the needed 218 votes. Over 2 days, McCarthy failed in 6 ballots to get enough votes. Could Congressman Steve Scalise be an option for Republicans? Florida's Maria Salazar on CNN.
I am going to vote, and I'm going to be with whomever 80-90% of the conference is with.
They'll resume at noon Eastern. The suspect in the University of Idaho killings is back in the state. On Wednesday night, Brian Kohlberger landed in Pullman, Washington, less than 10 miles from the crime scene in Moscow. He is expected to face murder charges there in connection to the stabbing deaths of 4 college students in an off-campus house in November. 8 people, including 5 minors, are dead after being found at a home in Utah with what authorities say are gunshot wounds. The bodies were found following a welfare check in Enoch City, which is roughly 200 miles northeast of Las Vegas. Police do not believe there is a threat to the public. President Biden was in touch with the family of the Bills football player who collapsed on Monday night against the Bengals.
The White House does confirm that the president has spoken to the parents of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin at length. The Bills say Hamlin remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement in his health. They add he's expected to remain under intensive care as his healthcare team continues to treat and monitor him. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest after making a routine tackle during Monday Night Football. I'm Dave Collins.
Amazon is planning on firing more than 17,000 employees. The layoffs are concentrated in the company's corporate ranks and retail operations. In November, the Seattle-based company began layoffs, but estimated they would only need to cut about 10,000 employees. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
First Lady Jill Biden is undergoing surgery to have a small lesion removed. During a routine cancer screening, doctors found a lesion above Biden's right eye and recommended it be removed surgically. The First Lady is scheduled for the procedure next week. According to the weather monitoring company Vaisala, Texas had more lightning strikes than any other state in 2022. The numbers show there were more than 27.5 million lightning strikes in the state last year, well ahead of Florida, which came in second at just under 19 million strikes. We'll expect some changes at Salesforce.
The San Francisco-based tech company announced the restructuring plan today. Its co-chief executive wrote in a letter to employees the cuts are a result of customers taking a more cautious approach to spending, and now Salesforce has a surplus of workers hired during a revenue surge earlier in the COVID pandemic. The company has around 80,000 employees globally, and the layoffs, including reducing its office space in certain markets, are set to occur over the coming weeks. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is releasing its 15 finalists for the class of 23, including making the list for the first time cornerback Darrelle Revis, defensive end Dwight Freeney, and offensive tackle Joe Thomas. TV personality Sharon Osbourne says the reason her December hospitalization happened still a mystery to her. She said every test took place over 2 days and no one knows how she became ill. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
He started out with automotive engines before 8 cylinders were not enough. With Allison Power, he won 6 Grand National titles in 4 seasons. But his true legacy is the devotion to family and team that he has passed on to the next generation. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Ron Bargy of Ansonia, Ohio, was inducted into the 2022 class of the Pulling Hall of Fame at the NTPA's awards banquet on Saturday, December 3rd. Mr. Bargy drove various configurations of the judge and the jury modifieds from the mid-1970s until well into the 2010s. He won 9,000-pound and 12,000-pound modified titles in 1975 and again in 1976. And then the 7,500-pound and 9,000-pound titles in 1978. A farmer near Greenville, Ohio, Ron and his wife Doris raised 6 sons and 2 daughters, and 4 of those sons take turns driving a modern-day judge and jury on the NTPA's Region 2 circuit. The following excerpts are from an interview conducted with Mr. Bargy just hours before his induction ceremony.
Let me ask you about how it got started.
I guess it goes way back. Probably I was only 12 years old. Dad and I went to the Miami County Fair, which is one county to the east of Darke County Fair, and they had a free-for-all. There was 40 cockshut there, and so they had it loaded down, and then they had 2 telephone poles underneath, sticking out to the front about 20 feet for ballast, you know. It reared up, and the brother ran out and hung on the front of that to bring it back down. I was 17 years old, senior in high school, and us FFA boys, they always had Ansonia had a fall fair. Us guys decided we wanted to have a tractor pull area there and had an old stone boat. We stepped a few people on to even know that. And my dad let me take our W.D. Ellis Chalmers to the pool and just progressed from there. And then along came more organized pulling in the early 60s. The state of Ohio had a couple of clubs. We were able to have a tractor pull at the Ohio State Fair. It was 1965.
How important was it for you to have the support of Doris once you got married?
Yeah, she is number one. We have 8 children. We had 2 pulling tractors, loaded the kids all up, motor home, and Larry and his wife took the semi with the tractors, and we were in Iowa and Wisconsin and Michigan or wherever there was NTPA event, we were there. She seen the motorhome was loaded, and those kids, they had to see that their underwear and socks and a few things made it into the camper, so they had something to do, just like a bunch of gypsies. Been wonderful. So lucky to meet so many people from all over the country, and even in Europe when we pulled over there, made a lot of friends. Everybody had one thing in mind, trying to make tractor pulling better.
Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Alrighty, there you go. Welcome back. As we roll into a Thursday, here you go. 5th day of January. So right on the heels of one of the coldest Christmases in decades across the eastern USA. First had the big thaw out in the final days of 22 in the Midwest and the Northeast. Then all of a little bit of spring-like weather. Record challenging high temperatures here in the first few days of the new year. But the changes are already underway. Cold air with even the potential for some snow. Later this week into the weekend, more seasonable temperatures. It's a small but fairly persistent southward dip in the jet stream. Now, even though temperatures are going to hover maybe a few degrees above average for early January, it's obviously going to be noticeably colder. That colder air already filtering into the Midwest. After temperatures peaked out at 72 in St. Louis on Tuesday, already on Wednesday, temperatures were hovering about 30 degrees lower in the 40s this past afternoon. Highs probably going to remain in the 40s into early next week. Normal highs about 41 for the gateway to the west this time of year. Now, the colder air, though, will be accompanied by some wintry precip across especially northern New England. Upstate New York, northern New England overnight tonight and on into Thursday. Again, it's not excessive snow. Generally, 2 to 3 inches at best is what we're going to see. So just some winter weather advisories. All right, back to the calls, though. And, yeah, welcome back, Big Ed.
Thank you, sir. Other than that little, I don't know if you call it altercation at the football game, which I thoroughly enjoyed, I met a lady there at the motel where I was staying, and she was there to watch the parade. She was from Northern California, and she was a geologist. And her and I, when we first kind of met, we kind of bumped heads. And I won't go into detail what caused that, but anyway, we started talking. And I'm not so sure she's not from the Middle East somewhere, or that's her background, because the things she was saying to me, and I didn't really digest it until after we was through talking. And we did exchange phone numbers, and like I told her, hey, if you ever want to call and talk, we both really enjoyed her visit because we sat there and talked for like about 3 hours.
Wow.
Here's the thing. She's a geologist. She lives up in Northern California around the San Francisco area. And I brought it up. I've always wanted to ask, why do you guys keep electing these liberal people to office? And really, by the time we got through talking, we both could come to one agreement. And that is, she is very liberal in her the social issues that she witnesses. All right? But she's very conservative in her personal financial life. I'm the same way. I've been accused of being liberal. No, I'm not liberal, but at the same time, I'm left of center in the social issues that our country faces.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also very conservative on the financial side of my life. What does it take to be successful? What do you got to do? But my conservative financial attitude keeps me voting conservative Republican. That's what that's what controls me politically. And talking to her, what really controls her politically is her views on the liberal social side of life. Am I making sense? Are you hanging with me?
I'm hanging with you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you come in to what's going on with our Congress. Here the Republicans had all these plans to fix the situation. What is our country's biggest issue? High economy, the high price. What caused that? Well, we feel the energy policies that Biden put into place. What causes the high rate of immigration? What causes the high explosion of the homeless population? What causes the high explosion of addiction, drug abuse? What causes the issues that our society faces with the mental health? Because a lot of these homeless people you see have mental health issues. I witnessed one last night. A guy that went half crazy and we stopped at a store. He's out there on the fuel island wanting to whoop everybody's ass. And you could tell he was high or he was crazy. They had to call the cops in there. These are the issues that the congressman, whether they be Republican or Democrat, should be concentrating on, Steve. Cue Ball last night said, well, we need investigations, we need to hold the people accountable, we need to see people go to jail. Who? Who the heck do we need to see to go to jail, Steve? All I want to know is how are we going to fix immigration? How are we going to fix the homeless situation? Because apparently the states can't do it. But so everybody says, well, I don't want government overreach. Well, knock, knock. Your respective states ain't fixing the problem. Hell, we got homeless problems in Oklahoma. I witnessed in Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, California. The same thing with drug addiction. The same thing with immigration. Our states seem to fix the problem. How are we going to fix it? So therefore, we got to go to the government and say, let's fix these problems that's causing the biggest headaches in our country. Or am I wrong? Tell me how to fix it. Just like I asked her, how do you fix it? She like me, she doesn't know. But that's why she votes the way she votes. That's why I vote the way I vote. I want these people to come together. Quit your stinking fighting. Quit investigating Hillary Clinton. Quit investigating Donald Trump. Let's get together. Knock Republicans. You said you had a plan. Let's get together, work with Joe Biden, work with the Senate, and let's fix these issues in the United States of America. I'm totally in agreement with Trump over the Ukrainian deal. Hey, if you don't send them another dollar, I don't care. But what I care about, what's going on in this country, that our American citizens can have a prosperous life. Now, what is it going to take to fix the problem? Quit your fighting, quit your bickering, and let's fix the problem. Apparently, the churches can't do nothing. They're not doing their job. Supposedly, everybody says, well, the churches should take care of charity. Well, somebody's not taking care of charity. Or do the American people continue to turn a blind eye to these issues that I just brought up? Because if we don't fix these problems, it's just going to get worse year after year after year. In 2 years' time, it's going to be worse if they don't figure out how to come together with Joe Biden and don't even bring up the stolen election crap. I'm sick of hearing about that. Work with the president we got, work with the Senate we got, and let's fix the ills of this country. And that's my opinion on it, Steve, and I just wanted to share that with you. But, Q-Ball, I disagreed with what you said as far as we need investigations. People need to go to jail. I don't want to see nobody go to jail. I want our problems fixed right now. I'm sick of the past. Let's take care of the future.
That's almost like, Ed, I mean, sometimes we can agree to disagree, but I don't want them to stick their head in the sand and act like what's been going on hasn't been going on. At the same time, can't we multitask? Can't we work on issues and at the same time get to the bottom of what happened? You know, I want Fauci. I want him to be testifying under oath. I want to hear what happened with Hunter Biden's laptop, because there's some big shenanigans that were going on there. I want to get to the bottom of that. Yeah, definitely want to. I want to know, has this administration for the last several years actually weaponized the Department of Justice and the FBI? Because if they have, that's got to be corrected. It's got to be fixed.
Well, I'm not going to 100% disagree with you on that, Steve. I'm not, because I do understand where you're coming from. But what? Let me ask you this: what do you want? Why do you want Fauci investigated and testify for what?
To get the truth.
Are you trying to say he brought the COVID over? Let the Chinese do it?
To get the truth.
In that case, if President Trump was the president. Go ahead.
I said to get the truth. I want the honest truth, because I think that, yes, Fauci was in charge of things, and he was in backdoor allocating money, money that Trump wouldn't have known about, to this, I guess, weaponized research, gain-of-function research. Now, that's the accusation. I just want the truth on those sort of things.
In other words, you're talking about studying biochemical weaponry. Because that's what it was.
Correct.
How far back does that go? How far back does that funding go? Does it go back to the Bush administration?
Well, I guess Fauci, Fauci's been there, 40 years, So, I mean, he's been in charge for an eternity. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And do you actually think that we'll get the answer that we need to get over that? But we cannot continuously just concentrate on those three subjects that you brought up. We've got other issues that we have got to deal with.
No, yeah, that's why I said, is it not possible to multitask? You don't have to spend all your time and effort on one thing. I mean,
that's the big $1 million question. Can they multitask and not concentrate on just one thing continuously? But from the past, And then, you can go back and blame the Democrats when Trump was in office, because Trump did good things to this country. But it was like they had tunnel vision over the Russian collusion.
Yeah, it's like they had one focus,
over the border walls.
Everything was focused on investigating Trump for those 4 years.
And I agree with you, and I agree that they tried to handcuff him on the immigration. They did, but at the same time, why? And so that's what we got to stop. If the Republicans feel that they hindered the immigration that Trump was trying to fix, then you need to find out why. But at the same time, don't let it consume you to the point you cannot take care of the American people. So I agree with some of what you're saying, and I disagree with some of what you're saying, Steve.
Hey,
and I'm sure there'll be people call in and
we've been known to do that a time or two, haven't we, Ed?
Yes, sir. You're right. You're definitely right. And all right, Steve, I love you, and I'm going back on the road at the end of the month, and I'll stay in contact.
Be in touch. Thank you very much, Big Ed. Yeah, you got a few weeks, and you'll be back out there driving truck. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I get back to the calls coming up here momentarily. We get bottom of the hour news break here just a few minutes away. Yeah, update. It's becoming increasingly unlikely that the Bills-Bengals game will actually be completed or replayed, according to a report from Pro Football Talk. Current momentum is pointing toward not resuming the game and declaring it a no contest. Yeah, so what happens for playoff seeding? Playoff seeding would then be determined based on the outcome of Week 18, according to the report. Now, Week 18, that's this weekend. Yeah, the playoff teams would be seeded by winning percentage. In that scenario, the Bengals would actually be locked into the AFC's third seed. Unless the team wins on Sunday against the Ravens and the Bills lose on Sunday against the Patriots, Cincinnati would secure the second seed. Either way, though, the Bengals would take home the AFC North for the second year in a row, which would be a first in Bengals franchise history. Now, the NFL, they say, is considering everything with regard to possibly resuming the Bills versus Bengals game, according to the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport this past day. The tweet from Rappaport on the heels of Tuesday's announcement from Roger Goodell that the suspended game, of course, would not be resumed this week. And that he did say that there's no decision if the game will even be played at a later date. Now, about 24 hours later, Rappaport cited the executive vice president of football operations for the NFL, Troy Vincent, as saying everything is being considered on how to move forward with the Bills-Bengals game. We do know right now the Bengals' Week 18 game against the Ravens will start at 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Now here in Cincinnati, Lance McAllister, he broke that down this past day. His best guess is, the game will not be declared a tie. That Monday Night Football game, the Bengals will not be awarded the win. The Bills will not forfeit. The game simply won't be played. Those two teams ultimately will play 16 games, while the other 30 will play 17 games. Now, what if the game is not made up? The Bengals, as we just said, win the AFC North, no matter what happens, even on Sunday. If they beat Baltimore, they'd win the division by 2.5 games. If they lose to Baltimore, they win the division by a half a game. The Ravens, he said, would probably be livid, understandably. There's a chance they could beat the Bengals twice and still lose the division by half a game because the Bengals played one less game. The NFL will not announce that Monday Night Football won't be made up until after the conclusion of games on Sunday, because announcing the decision prior would eliminate any drama in the AFC North title. Now, that's his opinion, best guess again. News break.
USA News Update. House members will return as 3 more rounds of votes failed to elect a speaker on Wednesday. CNN says Kevin McCarthy has put forth several concessions to help unite the Republicans. They'll be back in the chamber at noon Eastern on Thursday. The suspect in the University of Idaho killings is back in the state. On Wednesday night, Brian Kohlberger landed in Pullman, Washington, less than 10 miles from the crime scene in Moscow. The NFL's chief medical examiner says the league is looking into every possible cause of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin's cardiac arrest that happened during a game Monday night against the Bengals. Hamlin remains in the ICU and in critical condition. Members of European royalty will be attending the funeral Thursday of Pope Benedict XVI. The former pope died on New Year's Eve. He was 95 years old. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here. First, got an email from Beck. Good to have you tuned in with us once again, Beck, who says, "Hey, Steve, in a radio interview, Lauren Boebert said they spoke. I'm assuming those that are opposing McCarthy, voting against him. They spoke to McCarthy last week. They asked for border security, no more Ukraine money, no omnibus spending, doing something about fentanyl, and committee positions. And we're told a flat no. Then Mr. Rogers told him before any votes cast this week, if any one of them voted against McCarthy, they get nothing. No America First policies. In turn, they went to McCarthy to confront. He verified Rogers told them correctly. That may shed a little bit of light on this. We don't know what's going on behind those closed doors to make people act on. If it's true McCarthy caved today, maybe their actions will be worth it. I had heard some rumblings. Again, can't confirm. I guess if Boebert said it, it may very well be the case that they met with them and were flat out told no. Someone suggested that all those that were in opposition were kind of told that if you don't vote for me, none of you will get any committee seats. So I guess there's maybe a little bit of hardball going on behind the scenes there in D.C. But again, we don't know what happens behind those closed doors. All right, quick industry headline. This past day, the Forward Air Corporation announcing the acquisition of a Bowling Green, Kentucky-based carrier. Forward Air has acquired the assets of privately held full-service expedited LTL provider Land Air Express for $56.5 million, according to the announcement. Transaction expected to close this month, January of 23. Land Air Express currently has approximately 270 employees, over 200 drivers, including company and leased capacity providers. Now operates over 300 trucks out of more than 25 terminals across the U.S. Tom Schmidt, chairman and president and CEO of Forward Air, says our core LTL business is the key growth area for Forward, and the purchase of Land Air Express is an important addition to our LTL growth opportunities. This will accelerate the expansion of our national terminal footprint, particularly in the middle part of the country. And we believe it'll strategically position us better to meet the current and future needs of our customers. There you go. All right, back to the calls at 844-844-3388. What's going on, 5-7?
Okay, I might lose you. I'm heading to the Savannah River, and I'll call you right back. But Marjorie Taylor Greene was on there. I shared it to your Facebook.
He called that, didn't he? He said, I might lose you. I'm heading into the Savannah River. All right. So I'll have to try and pull that up. Shared it to my, what did he say, Facebook page. Meanwhile, before he gets back there, let me jump to Eagle. Good morning. Oh, would that be Eagle? Eagle may have dozed off. All right, let's see what's going on with Pappy this morning. What do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there.
Hey, I sent you an email. I don't expect you to read that over the air. Okay? Just when you get a second, read it. Man, I can't disagree with Big Ed, though, more. Bongino's got a saying, Steve, and it's Republicans are not the answer to all our problems, but the Democrats are the problem. There's no working with these people, Steve. You can't work with them. They have ruined this country in the last 2 years. How are you going to work with these people? You're just going to make it worse? Let's reach across the aisle and work with the Democrats. Right. That's why we're at where we're at. Fauci needs to be investigated. I'll just leave it at that. Along with Hunter. All the things that we have been discussing for the last 2 years. We just can't let it go. Mm-hmm. We're going to be like the media. Let's just move on. Let's all forgive and forget. Let's just move on. No, sorry. This is too serious of stuff going on, so to speak.
But as I was saying to Big Ed, at the same time, is it not possible to work on getting some of the other issues that he was addressing done? I mean, is it not possible to multitask in D.C.?
Not with the Democrats. Are the Democrats going to work with us, Steve, on solving the problem at the border? Does he really believe that they will work with the Republicans to solve that issue? No. There's no way. Why waste your time? We need to take control, write these people off, these woke left Democrats that are destroying this country. There's no working with them. Might be sad to say. They don't want to work with us, Steve. You know, look at McConnell, right? I think that's what we're going to get. If McCarthy's going to be like the McConnell of the Senate. He might talk a good game, but I think when push comes to shove, he will fold and go with the people that's financing him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I got, man. I got it off my chest. I'll let you go, man. If I think of anything else, I don't know. Might call back in later. But no, we're not letting this go, Steve. Unfortunately,
just not you ain't gonna brush it under the rug, right?
Nope, no, sir. Peace, everybody. Hammer down. Be safe.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much. It is 844-3388. At the pump. All right, you get differing numbers. The Energy Information Administration reporting that prices at the pump for diesel, these are the diesel numbers, not regular gas, actually inched up a little bit this past week. ProMiles actually reporting that the trend downward continues. Now, ProMiles, as we've been sharing for several weeks, that they have thousands of locations, truck stops, convenience stores, whereas the Energy Information Administration surveys a total of 400 truck stops and convenience stores. I would think, the ProMiles numbers would probably be a little more accurate, but ProMiles showed the national average price down another 4 cents over the past week. So the national average for diesel down to $4.68. Of the reporting regions, 8 saw a decline in average price. Largest price drop was 8.5 cents in the West Coast, minus California. California down 2.5 cents. Gulf Coast down a couple pennies. And despite the increase, actually the Gulf Coast was up 2 cents. Correct that. Despite the increase, the Gulf Coast still has the lowest average of $4.16 per gallon. So again, national average at $4.68. East Coast, you're averaging $4.92. New England still well over $5 a gallon at $5.26, as is the Central Atlantic at $5.26. The Midwest down to $4.44 per gallon. And the Rocky Mountain region averaging $4.68. You get, again, above $5 per gallon. The West Coast at $5.29. California, separately, is at $5.66 per gallon. There's your diesel numbers at the pump. All right, let's see what's going on with Gilligan. Happy New Year, I believe. First time we spoke for the new year.
Oh, good morning, Steve. This is Stock Gilligan. This is the official lawyer at GMA&B Enterprises. I was calling to inform you we are filing a lawsuit against you from behalf of the listeners. You swore that you was going to be gone 10 days, and you stayed out 11. So we have mental anguish issues here for you being gone 11 days.
Uh-oh.
Well, I want you to know I have a new office. In fact, it's behind Fort Edwards Inn, Cape Bridge, West Virginia. Well, it's kind of a woodshed, but at least I got our office at the payphone across the road. I will be hitchhiking over to the county seat and filing a $3 billion lawsuit for mental anguish on behalf of the listeners. So beware. We at GMMB Enterprises is a little upset with this. I hope you will accommodate us. This $3 billion lawsuit can be settled out of court, but it will have to be definitely compensated. I'm sorry to take this action, but we have a lot of mental anguish out here. We have missed you drastically. Well, that is when I can find somebody let me use the phone so I can listen to the show of the night. All right, Steve. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Summers. See you in court.
Well, will you take a check? That's the most important question. If you'll take a check, I'll take care of things, no problem. Was I gone 11 days? I thought it was only 10. I have to do the math. Oh, it's 844-3388. The Artemis 1, NASA's Artemis 1, the Orion spacecraft, is finally home, arriving at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on December the 30th, wrapping up what ultimately was a 9-day trek across the country on the back of a truck. If you saw the truck out there, I kind of wondered how they were going to transport this. You probably wouldn't have known what it was because the capsule was kind of in an enclosed structure on the back of an oversized load flatbed truck. But, of course, Kennedy Space Center, that was the jumping off point for the moon mission. The uncrewed capsule from November the 16th. Took 2 days for Orion to reach port in San Diego after the splashdown. Then another week or so for Artemis 1 team members to get the capsule ready for that long journey across the country that started on December the 21st. Now, this doesn't mean the Artemis 1 team can rest easy. Now that Orion's back at Kennedy, technicians will remove the payloads from the capsule, part of the deservicing operations, including the Commander Moonkin Campos zero-gravity indicator Snoopy and the official flight kit. Let's see, Orion's heat shield and other elements will then be removed for extensive analysis. The remaining hazards will be offloaded. Of course, from the beginning, the Artemis 1 seemed to go incredibly smooth. From liftoff to splashdown, mission team members will continue analyzing data over the coming days to make sure that the SLS and the Orion are ready to actually carry astronauts, which they're scheduled to do for the first time on the Artemis 2 mission, which right now is slated for 2024. Morning, Steve. What's happening? Happy New Year, I guess, first.
Hey, Happy New Year, Steve. How was your holiday time off? Good?
I enjoyed. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we never made it to Chicago, Steve. Our flight got canceled on Christmas Eve morning at 3 a.m. So never made it up there, which was probably a good thing. I'd probably still be in the airport.
I don't know did you ever mention what airline you were flying? I mean, I hear that Southwest had, what was it, 15,000 flights canceled for the holidays? It was nuts.
Yeah, that was crazy. We were on United, and the problem was getting a plane to Jacksonville, from other destinations. They were having a lot of problems elsewhere, so they did not have a plane for us to fly out on. I mean, I don't know if we could have got into the airport because the weather was clearing up on Saturday. But, anyway, probably a blessing in disguise.
Mm-hmm.
But I ended up coming down with a real bad cold anyway, Steve, on Sunday, Christmas Day. So I've been kind of under the weather for about a week now. But that's that story. Steve, getting to this Speaker of the House stuff, I've been listening to some of these people on the radio that are against Kevin McCarthy. And this should have been, to me, Steve, I blame him for this. I don't blame anybody else but him. He's been putting this off and putting this off and putting this off since July. I mean, he should have been working with these people. He should have got the votes before he even put his name in the hat. See, here's what happened, Steve. He thought there was going to be this big red wave, and he was going to have, this massive majority in the House, and he would have no problem getting 218 votes. But we all know what happened in November, right?
Yeah, right.
We have a very slim majority. But he did not do the legwork, Steve, of getting these people on the same page. And the main problem is, from what I'm hearing, is they don't want Paul Ryan again, and they don't want Boehner again. Those type of speakers.
Mm-hmm.
They want someone that's going to stand up and fight and do the things like what when Jim Jordan gets up in front of Congress and when he gets on television, what does he say, Steve? He goes through all the issues that need to be addressed: the border, the IRS, the economy, so forth and so on. He goes through all the issues. McCarthy has not done that. I don't think they trust him. And that's why they're putting that thing forward where they can get rid of him with 5 votes. You know, they can get rid of the speaker with 5 votes. 5 members can vote on that. So they want to get that rule in place, which I think is a good thing. But I just don't think they trust him. You know, Steve, these people these 20 congressmen that are against him, you know that they are pro-MAGA, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They are They are very, very ultra-conservative. So you can understand why they do not trust this guy. He's been there 16 years. They think he's an establishment Republican, kind of like a McConnell type. But you saw what happened with Paul Ryan 4 years ago or 6 years ago, whatever it was. Those 2 years, they got absolutely nothing done in Congress. But here's the other issue, Steve. It doesn't matter if Congress passes 1,000 bills tomorrow, all in our favor, things that we want done.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's going to happen. It's not going to get done.
Right.
Because it's going to die in the Senate. It's never going to make it to Biden's desk. And even if it does, he's not going to sign it.
Correct.
I mean, granted, they can pass a bunch of bills and say, hey, we passed this and passed that. The Democrats shot it all down, which will be true, which would help them in 2024. But still, nothing's going to get done in Congress. But these investigations, you're right, Steve, I believe they're important. They need to look into Hunter. They need to look into Joe, what went on there. We know there was a lot that went on there. They need to look into Fauci. You know, and especially what you were talking about earlier, Steve, about the weaponization of the FBI and the DOJ. That's very important also. What were they doing on Twitter? Did they sway the election any? I mean, they need to look into that stuff. You know, it's something that we deserve to know the truth about all of that. But as far as McCarthy goes, Steve, I don't know what's going to happen. But I mean, I don't really think it matters too much. But you're not going to sway Jordan to do it. I mean, the guy. You know, I think he would be perfect. You know, he's the guy. I think he's the number one guy. But these people that are against Kevin McCarthy, they're doing this for a good reason. You know, and I support that. You know, I'm tired of this status crap. Did you see Mitch McConnell yesterday, Steve, with Joe Biden? Back patting each other. You know, Joe, I love you. Mitch, I love. Did you see that?
Right. Yeah, the love fest. Yeah,
the love fest. Disgusting. You know, I understand you guys need a bridge over there in Cincinnati, but that was absolutely disgusting. How Mitch McConnell just kissed up to Joe Biden, and he will do anything for that guy. So that goes to show you what's going on. We don't need and we don't want. So let's talk about this Bengals-Bills game, Steve, for a minute. That because if you look, it's not only important for for Cincinnati division. I mean, they pretty much got that wrapped up. But what it's important for, mainly more, is Buffalo, because Kansas City, I believe, is right now is 13-3, the number one seed in the AFC. So that game is very important for Buffalo. So I don't know how the NFL is going to if they don't play that game, how do they straighten that situation out? Because Kansas City wins on Sunday, now they're 14-3, and if Buffalo wins, they're 13-3. So I don't know how they're going to iron that out. Because the number one seed gets the bye. So that's going to be interesting. And I don't know how they're going to play the game, Steve. They would have to push back the whole deal for 1 week.
And that's what Lance was kind of saying, that they're not going to push back the playoffs an entire week because of that one game.
That's right. So I don't know what they're going to do, but it's really more important for Buffalo and Kansas City is the 1 seed and the 2 seed. That's how important that game is for that. I mean, for Cincinnati, I think they're pretty much locked in at 3. You know, unless New England beat Buffalo, which I doubt that'll happen, but you never know. But, yeah, it's too bad it ended that way, Steve. Feel bad for that young man. But, 'cause that game was rolling. You know, I had Cincinnati in that game, and I had a few other guys that in a parlay that since I thought Cincinnati was just going to roll them. You know, they were on a mission that night, and they looked really ready to play.
Yep.
I mean, the way he started the game off.
Right. Marched down the field,
you know,
7 out of the box. Yep.
Yeah. But anyway, we need Georgia on Monday, Steve. That's the first leg of that $49,000 parlay.
Ah, there you go. That's right. Yeah, well, you made the right pick there, didn't you?
Well, I got lucky on that, Steve. I'll tell you, those were the 2 best college football games I've probably ever seen in my life. Was TCU and Michigan, and the way they came back, and then the way Georgia just came back in that fourth quarter. Because I really thought Ohio State had that game. I mean, I thought I was toast. You know, but that kid fought back, and that quarterback for Ohio State, man, that kid is phenomenal. He played one of the best games I've seen a quarterback play. Didn't you think, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I just kind of felt for the kicker missing that field goal at the end, though.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. While the House adjourned without a speaker or a deal for Kevin McCarthy, CNN reported McCarthy is proposing key concessions to push the total to the needed 218 votes. Over 2 days, McCarthy failed in 6 ballots to get enough votes. Could Congressman Steve Scalise be an option for Republicans? Florida's Maria Salazar on CNN.
I am going to vote, and I'm going to be with whomever 80-90% of the conference is with.
They'll resume at noon Eastern. The suspect in the University of Idaho killings is back in the state. On Wednesday night, Brian Kohlberger landed in Pullman, Washington, less than 10 miles from the crime scene in Moscow. He is expected to face murder charges there in connection to the stabbing deaths of 4 college students in an off-campus house in November. 8 people, including 5 minors, are dead after being found at a home in Utah with what authorities say are gunshot wounds. The bodies were found following a welfare check in Enoch City, which is roughly 200 miles northeast of Las Vegas. Police do not believe there is a threat to the public. President Biden was in touch with the family of the Bills football player who collapsed on Monday night against the Bengals.
The White House does confirm that the president has spoken to the parents of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin at length. The Bills say Hamlin remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement in his health. They add he's expected to remain under intensive care as his healthcare team continues to treat and monitor him. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest after making a routine tackle during Monday Night Football. I'm Dave Collins.
Amazon is planning on firing more than 17,000 employees. The layoffs are concentrated in the company's corporate ranks and retail operations. In November, the Seattle-based company began layoffs, but estimated they would only need to cut about 10,000 employees. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
First Lady Jill Biden is undergoing surgery to have a small lesion removed. During a routine cancer screening, doctors found a lesion above Biden's right eye and recommended it be removed surgically. The First Lady is scheduled for the procedure next week. According to the weather monitoring company Vaisala, Texas had more lightning strikes than any other state in 2022. The numbers show there were more than 27.5 million lightning strikes in the state last year, well ahead of Florida, which came in second at just under 19 million strikes. We'll expect some changes at Salesforce.
The San Francisco-based tech company announced the restructuring plan today. Its co-chief executive wrote in a letter to employees the cuts are a result of customers taking a more cautious approach to spending, and now Salesforce has a surplus of workers hired during a revenue surge earlier in the COVID pandemic. The company has around 80,000 employees globally, and the layoffs, including reducing its office space in certain markets, are set to occur over the coming weeks. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is releasing its 15 finalists for the class of 23, including making the list for the first time cornerback Darrelle Revis, defensive end Dwight Freeney, and offensive tackle Joe Thomas. TV personality Sharon Osbourne says the reason her December hospitalization happened still a mystery to her. She said every test took place over 2 days and no one knows how she became ill. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, and welcome back here. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. First week of the new year, right? 5th day of January coming on here. Hello to Chrome Nuts, checking in via email, which is, by the way, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Says, great show tonight, Steve, and I totally agree with Pappy. How can you just forget about what's been going on in this country and not investigate any of these crazy liberal Democrats? I just don't agree with Big Ed on that one. Anyway, keep up the good work. Glad to hear your voice once again. I'll be chiming in tonight. Thank goodness there's guys like Pappy out there. Signed, Chrome Nuts. Yeah, speaking of people like Pappy out there and my son out there, the law enforcement, who we can, night after night concerned about their safety. Yeah, you start the new year and you kind of pick up. I haven't seen the final numbers. How many law enforcement officers lost their lives in the line of duty in 2022? I could probably pull that up in short order, but we start the new year off right where we left off. Authorities say 5 guns recovered from a man shot and killed by police after a chase and gunfire that killed a Western Pennsylvania police chief and wounded 2 other officers. The police chief and another officer were shot blocks apart Monday in Brackenridge, Allegheny County, northeast of Pittsburgh, according to authorities. That suspect was later shot and killed in Pittsburgh after he crashed and carjacked a carjacked vehicle, ultimately exchanging gunfire with police at that scene as well. State Attorney General, the governor-elect, said the slain Brackenridge police chief, Justin McIntyre, ran towards danger to keep Pennsylvanians safe, and he made the ultimate sacrifice, serving the community. The second officer was in stable condition with a leg wound. Third officer was hit by suspected shrapnel. Allegheny police said Tuesday, state police had tried to stop Aaron Lamont Swan Jr. Probation violations involving weapons on Sunday evening, but he fled. Officers spotted him Monday and gave chase. He fled once again on foot. Police said he was spotted again about 2 in the afternoon Monday. Officers from a number of departments pursued him for several hours through various neighborhoods. Another foot pursuit began in Brackenridge after an officer spotted him a little after 4 in the afternoon. Shots were fired in 2 locations that left the chief, McIntyre, dead, and the other officer wounded in the leg. Swan then walked into a home, demanding the inhabitants' car keys, and fled in that vehicle. After multiple police departments and SWAT team responded for the suspect, now considered armed and dangerous, the stolen vehicle was spotted in Pittsburgh. After a short pursuit, the car crashed, and Swan again fled on foot into a wooded area. When police set up a perimeter, Swan left the wooded area, ran into a housing development, firing at officers while fleeing, fired additional shots, and police returning fire, and ultimately he was declared dead at the scene. A Pittsburgh officer had a minor injury from what's also believed to have been shrapnel. But prayers for the law enforcement out there around the country. Thanks for what you do. All right, 5-7 is back. Take 2.
Oh, there you go. People on the Georgia, South Carolina line need to pay their phone bill. Every time I go across Savannah, I lose the signal. Obviously, I'm saying, it sounds like somebody's already covered most of my points, but Ed sort of rubbed me the wrong way anyway. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, I posted it on your fan page, her video, where she was getting after the 19 of the 20 of the group that's been going around the country, going after all this stuff. and she's saying they've all turned on, it's all about committees. It's all about committee chairs, personal, only problem is, and I've spouted Marjorie Taylor Greene constantly. I mean, she's a little spitfire. And she said that, she's not getting a committee chair. That's not what she's there for. But she's wanting to go after, just like these IRS agents. They have the ability to, the funding. They got the paycheck. They can cut any, hire them all you want, but nobody's going to be paid. So that's where she's coming from. The only problem is with the added information tonight from that girl from Colorado that I know Trump was, aggravated with. But she was saying that they went to McCarthy and they wanted guarantees about all this stuff. And McCarthy said, shut up, sit down. No. Well, right after the election, McCarthy let out what he was saying. The American people are tired of all these prosecutions and all this legal action. No, we're not. We want the criminals to be held accountable. It's the same thing that Mitch McConnell did to the Tea Party. When the Tea Party got in, and they were in their meeting, a Tea Party member said that Mitch McConnell told him to shut up and sit down. He's in charge. Nothing's going to go happen unless it gets across his desk. If it don't go across his desk, it ain't going to get done. So screw the American people that put you here. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do.
All right.
I mean, so I'm glad to see that they're fighting for it. I don't know what they're, but your man, if he gets a judicial committee appointment, I want him there. If they get something done, so maybe it's worth it's what it's got to be. Hey, we keep saying fight, but this is what they're doing. They're fighting. We got people up there fighting for what they believe. If they believe that committee chair or committee seat will actually get them to where they'll have control over the paychecks of these IRS agents, or the funding going for break up that omnibus bill that they just passed. They can cut some of the outrageous funding. Say, well, fine. Where are you going to find the money? We're the ones that cut the check. So they do have power, but it does look like McCarthy is the one that, he's not going to be the one out there fighting for it. Mm-hmm. But I believe he will be the one elected. So maybe if they can get some kind of verbal and written guarantee out of him for some of this important stuff, and mainly, Ed, who do you want thrown in jail? I think you answered him very well. I mean, Fauci. Fauci not only stole the American people's freedom, he stole their jobs. A lot of people lost their jobs over the mask situation. There's a lot of stuff that Fauci could be held accountable for. And it goes, the FBI, I just, before I left the house, shared a post where Elon Musk, on the 7th dump, showed that the FBI paid money for Twitter not to post to fight the conservative cause. I'd like to know who the names of these agents are. They need to be held accountable for illegally influencing an election. So I want to see people go to jail that have robbed, because guess what? What they robbed? Yeah, well, if they were robbed of their vote, the election wasn't right. Any way you look at it, you got a lot of oil field workers that were robbed of employment. All the waitresses, all the people in the supporting industry were robbed of their income. So it's real money what they do up there. It's not a game. It's not all paperwork. What they do ends up being they basically take your money and taxes and take your freedom with laws. So I want to see action up there. And listen, we're saying what Democrats are over there popping popcorn, drinking booze on the job, mind you, in a government building. In our building, they're up there getting drunk, drinking booze. Yeah, that sounds real good. That was a good testimony throw there, and it makes sense. You would have to be drunk to vote Democrat in this country, or to support their positions, or to support their president, for that matter. So, if anybody we need to do an intoxication test on Mitch McConnell. How about it? But
sounds like they're just having a good time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's obviously mocking the situation, making fun of the Republicans bickering amongst themselves, right? Yeah, here we go again. Got my popcorn. We're really enjoying this clown show. Kind of the message they're sending. Because nothing's getting done. Nothing will even begin. You can't even swear in the new Congress until you have a speaker. That's priority number one. It's 844-844-3388. Back into.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, where did we leave off there? Cue Ball is on board. What's happening, Cue Ball? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I was watching a handful of things today all day on the, well, I shouldn't say all day, but while between getting loaded and unloaded and so on. I was watching the news on my phone app, and a couple of things piqued my interest. So, sometime in the afternoon, they were talking about this whole thing with Kevin McCarthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were saying that one or two of the Democrats in the House are possibly going to vote instead of their Hakeem Jeffries, that they might get a few of them to vote for McCarthy. That way, just things over. Now, I'm going to ask you, remember yesterday I called in and I said, I don't necessarily think he's a bad guy, but I don't think he certainly is a MAGA Republican. He is not ultra-conservative. The term I used was swampy. He's just been around a while, and he just doesn't seem to get much done. Well, why is it, Steve, that Democrats would actually look to vote for the guy just to get him in office as the speaker? You think that maybe the Democrats could push their agenda if they have a gullible, not a firebrand type speaker on the Republican side?
I would think the Democrats undoubtedly feel that they'd rather have McCarthy as speaker than, say, a Jim Jordan. That's for sure.
no doubt about it. So I think right there, and it's kind of funny how, like, some people will, they'll report the news, but they won't think beyond just rip and read, As soon as I heard that, I'm like, yeah, Democrats want McCarthy as Speaker. That means I don't want McCarthy as Speaker. If your enemy wants something, you probably don't want it. And I think that's the way this case goes. Some people are quite smart. Not everybody is, myself included, not everybody's 100% right in everything. We try to be, I guess. I heard, I rarely disagree with Grump, but I heard him earlier today in a program. And I heard the interview that Hannity did today on TV with the Congresswoman Boebert, Boebert, whatever the hell her name is. And Hannity is friends, very obviously, has them on all the time, with McCarthy. And the problem with Hannity is I like Hannity. I agree with him a good amount of the time, but of course I think the man's getting soft. So it was funny. I listened to the whole interview, and he was trying to nail her with the question, if you're going, if he's asking this Boebert this question, he said, you're saying to President Trump, it's time to tell McCarthy you don't have the votes, back off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, McCarthy's got 200 and some odd votes, and you've got 20. Maybe you should take your own advice. And her answer is, McCarthy doesn't have the votes either. But rather than let Boebert, the Congresswoman, explain to Hannity's audience why she's doing what she's doing, Hannity just out-louded her and out-talked her, and she did her best to get around Hannity, who kept hammering the same point. Now, Hannity has a point, but she has a point too. They're both correct. Neither one have the votes.
It's a stalemate.
So, and that's the case, right. So find a consensus nominee, for lack of a better term. Find somebody else that can get the votes needed. But that was the point she was trying to make. Hannity would not let that go through because Hannity's friends with McCarthy. I'm not saying Hannity's a swampy guy. I'm just saying he has friends, and he's been in that game for a long time.
Oh yeah,
he doesn't feel this like we do. So I think that somebody has to listen to what this woman has to say. Another one of them came on air with Trace Gallagher as soon as your program came on. Matt Gaetz. Remember Matt Gaetz?
Oh, yeah.
He's another one.
Mm-hmm.
But he did not get interrupted. Trace Gallagher let him speak. And Matt Gaetz basically said McCarthy's been in leadership for 14 years. And he hasn't gotten crap done. Why? We just don't trust him. We don't trust in his ability to get the agenda done. He's got the, that's not the contract with America, whatever the hell they're calling it now, but he's like, these are words. You're not gonna get it done. And we don't trust you. And that's why we're voting against you. So I don't understand what the big kerfuffle is. Why does it have? And that's what I'm confused about too. Maybe, and I'm not the most intelligent person or knowledgeable, I should say, when it comes to this process. But why does it have to be McCarthy? Why? Can anybody tell me why it has to be this one guy? What's so special about this clown? And I back to listening to when Hannity was on TV. And you got a bunch of people that are all pro-McCarthy, but I got to sit and wonder why. You got Newt Gingrich. Okay. But he has his opinion. Okay. Mike Huckabee. please. I don't even want to hear what Mike Huckabee's got to say. Go sling some Relaxium and whatever the hell else he's selling on TV. That guy, I mean, heck, if I rolled a used tire out there, that guy would try to be an endorsement for that. I mean, there's a point to where it's just, some of these people, I just don't want to hear. And when any of these 20 get to talking, they have to argue their points through where they're not allowed to speak. So that's not, as soon as I start hearing that, I start thinking, yeah, you got a point there. But Matt Gaetz, I think, tonight made the best argument as to why McCarthy ought to just be let out the pasture. But I don't know how many people actually heard that.
Yes, but the whole debate is, well, McCarthy's got 200 plus votes, and and I guess they're trying to say you got you 20 over here in the corner that are holding everything up for everybody else. Why don't you need to get on board? You need to get in line. But they're kind of sticking to their guns, saying that the swamp, we refuse to go with the status quo in D.C.
Right. Going with the status quo got us in the nasty spot we're in now. The status quo for the last 100 years is how we got here. That's how we have sorry, Big Ed, that's why we have completely unaccountable people who break, it's not like the olden days of the mob where, okay, we just kind of hid what we did. We knew it, wink, wink, but we at least hid it. These people are robbing banks on, almost, not literally robbing banks, but it's like you're
right.
Stealing from us in plain sight. We see you. You look at us. You smile, or you smirky smile, and you wink at us. You're like, hi, yeah, you see me robbing you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. That's what you're going to do. And they don't care. Meanwhile, if you do that, they'll put you under the jail. So, that's how we got to this point to where we literally know, listen, we know Joe Biden does not have his mental faculties. He's not in charge of his bowel movements, let alone the White House. Okay? That's how we got here, to where we literally have a puppet as a president. We got this way because the status quo. The Republicans do what they do, the Democrats do what they do, and in the end, everybody walks out with a pile of money.
Yep. And right there, I got to hit my news break time. I apologize.
USA News Update. 8 people, including 5 children, were found dead from gunshot wounds in a southern Utah home Wednesday, according to authorities who did not provide more details or a potential motive for the killing. The victims are found when police did a welfare check at the residence, according to a statement by city officials in Enoch, a small town of about 8,000 people located 245 miles south of Salt Lake City. As Republicans continue to squabble over who will be the next speaker, there are essentially no members in the House of Representatives, only members-elect. Without a speaker, none of them can be sworn in, and the 118th Congress can't convene or vote on any rules. A man accused of attacking police with a machete near New York Times Square on New Year's Eve was intent on committing a jihad against government officials and shouted Allahu Akbar before striking one officer in the head and attempting to grab another officer's gun. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So this is rather interesting. Kind of questioning, you got the 20 that are standing in the way of McCarthy. What is it they want? One of them is, I guess, Pat Fallon, the Texas congressman. Yeah, he says he's ready to vote McCarthy in if the majority approves a new rule. That's the one that would allow 5 members of the House majority to force a vote of no confidence. You know, if you get 3 months, 6 months, whatever in, and McCarthy is not living up to his word, right? They want the ability to hold him accountable, which I guess that's just showing they have their reservations. Yeah, all right, we'll let you in. We'll approve you as the speaker, but if you don't do what you said you were going to do, we don't want a Paul Ryan, we don't want a John Boehner, because we've been burned too many times before. Now, he also voiced disappointment in the omnibus spending package that was passed by the Senate. He says that is at odds with his constituents, the people that voted for him and sent him to Washington to represent them. That's the way it's supposed to be. He said they have their powdered wigs. They speak with their British accents. We are the people's house. We are far more accountable because we're on 2-year terms. Senators are on, 6, right? I said, we're the closest thing to the people, and I'm hearing what the people in the 4th District of Texas are saying. They are saying, Fallon, fight socialism. Get a speaker, get sworn in, then do what you're going to do. The rules package that we're ready to pass once we have a speaker, it says that they can essentially, a no confidence vote, a call on the chair, and any 5 Republicans can do that. After McCarthy failed to secure enough votes 2 days in a row. So if McCarthy does not lead boldly, we can throw him out. There's a mechanism to make sure that he keeps his word. So I'm ready to get going with that. Does that make sense? Approving new rules would be one of the first acts of the Republican majority later this week. Now, McCarthy, in the rules package sent to Republican members Sunday, also vowed to end the practice of what they call proxy voting and virtual participation in hearings. You're supposed to be in D.C. You're supposed to be doing your job. Be on the scene to participate in these hearings and in these votes. So proxy voting, I guess that's like you phone in your vote or whatever. That's to end those sort of things. Yeah, they should be there doing their job. All right, Rambler's on board. Hello, Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children. Glad to be back on you 2 nights in a row, man. Yeah. I tell you, and shout out to the Baldwin County Wild man out there in Bayonet, Alabama, listening to us tonight, and glad he is on board. And, Steve, I love old Big Ed. I really do. He's been a long time caller. Never have met him. I've been at a couple of truck shows where I know he's been at, and I never have seen him. But I had this mental picture. Google adorable Adrian Adonis, an old wrestler from back in the day. And I just had this mental picture. That's what Big Ed may look like, Little old Jimmy Hart, the manager, bouncing around. And I believe he would come to the wrestling ring either with Lynn Anderson. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden. Or even worse, Tiny Tim, two-stepping through the tulips, Boy. I thought he was a gardener. Why is he going back into truck driving?
Well, I said retirement's not the thing for him. He's sitting on his butt. You got to find somebody who's ready to get back on the road.
Just when we hang up, go and Google adorable Adrian Adonis, and you'll see. But God bless Ed. I love him. But he asked a question a while ago, Steve. Why aren't the churches doing anything? What's happened to the charity? Well, I'm going to give 2 to 3 good reasons why the churches aren't doing anything, God's children. And I want you to listen to me really good. One of the first reasons that churches aren't doing anything or aren't, giving up for charity, well, number one, you have men and women behind the pulpits who are called by mama, daddy, grandpa, grandma, friends and relatives that told them you'd make a great preacher. God never called that person to get behind his sacred desk and preach his gospel. They had no business. A private example, they go to cemetery. That's what I call seminary. Cemetery, which a lot of the seminaries are so far left-leaning, is unreal. The Bible clearly says, if God's called you to preach, the Holy Ghost, the teacher, the comforter will give you the knowledge. All you have to do is open your mouth and he will fill it. That's where your faith comes in. I knew this little fiery preacher, Steve. His name is Gibson. We called him Brother Gibb. He's young, good preacher. I remember the last message I ever heard this man preach. He preached about, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, I will heal their land, and they will hear from me. Now, I lost contact with him. He was a good preacher. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beautiful daughters. And believe it or not, even though he's from Texas, he was a good Elvis impersonator. Steve, I recently found this man on Facebook, and what I saw, let me put it to you like this. God said Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, and he chose the latter. Yeah, he went the way of the world. Let the Elvis impersonation get to his head, and yeah, I'll leave it like that. And is engaged to marry someone and live a totally alternative lifestyle. Now, I have nothing against that. As, you know, the Bible speaks against it. I'll leave that alone because I don't want to get you banned and everything like that. But, you know, he went the way of the world. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control. They're brutal, not lovers of good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. That's the number one thing that's wrong with the church. Number 2 thing is you had a lot of preachers in the past that when, you know, the Outlaw's Prayer by Johnny Paycheck, we've all heard that when the drug addict and the prostitute, the pornography addict, someone that had substance abuse would come into the church and thumb their nose up at him, wouldn't let them inside God's house. That's one of the second problems with the church. The church wouldn't open their arms and accept. That's why I'm loving this new movie that's coming out with Kelsey Grammer, Jesus Revolution. I can't wait to see it, you know. They would turn their nose up, you know, and not let the man who fought for the country, who was battling PTSD and alcoholism and drug abuse into the house of God to get down the altar and pray with them. They thumb their nose up. But the major problem, the reason why churches aren't really helping no more, is they ain't got the money. Steve, it takes about 2 weeks to break a habit. If you went 2 weeks to a month without smoking, you may or may not want to smoke no more. I don't know. That's between you and God, you know. But, you know, psychology shows it takes 2 weeks to break a habit. But when the churches started closing during COVID, churches closed left and right. All right. A lot of your mega churches survived. Your little churches, they didn't. There's vacant churches all over the Southeast where I live. And I remember when the Holy Ghost woke me up. I mean, I woke up out of a dead sleep. The Lord woke me up, speaking to me. Got on Facebook. I mean, I started scrolling one after the other. Churches closing because the overseers told them close it down. Mm-hmm. You know, between COVID, Steve, and your show, our church was able to grow and prosper. You know, number one being God. God grew this church and prospered it. You know, you had a lot of people that built their house. It says, therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine doeth them like a wise man, which built his house upon a rock, and rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon the house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. You have a lot of good men and women of God out there to this day that were called and are called by God to preach this gospel. And they're having a hard time of it. And it is right. Where is the churches at? It's hard. They're still trying to recover. But a lot of people don't trust the churches because of all these wolves in sheep's clothing that got behind God's sacred desk called the pulpit and tried to preach the gospel when they had no business being by there or going and doing that. And like I said, you have people don't trust the churches because the hoity-toity, the pew warmers, as I like to call them, would thumb their nose up at the real people who needed a lot of help and wouldn't even let them in. Like I said, listen to that Johnny Paycheck song, The Outlaw's Prayer. Perfect example. You know, I love the part of that song. He was talking to the Lord. He said, Lord, some of them women that thumbed their nose up at me, they were at my concert last night. Not with their undergarments up there on the stage, but yet they're in the pew playing Christian. You want to get the churches involved, start getting men and women of God who are called by God behind the pulpit, who have a sincere love. That's why I preach love. Love the sinner, but hate the sin. Love the sinner, God's children, but you can despise your sin if they want to live an alternative lifestyle, or if they're a pornography addict, or if they're a drug addict, or an alcoholic, or whatever. But love the sinner, because if you can't love the sinner, how are you going to show Christ? They can't see Christ. They have to see Christ through you. And if they can't see Christ through you, they're going to see the devil through you. And a lot of people have seen the devil through a good many of men and women, Steve. And that's just three things that's just coming off. The Lord's just put on my heart to tell the people tonight what's wrong with the church. But I'm proud to be God called. I'm proud my grandfather told me that that's always what I wanted to do with my life, is preach this gospel. It was instilled in me. And I never wanted to go outside of God's will. Before I get off here, I told you I have a half brother that we just recently found out, that I had a half brother. Mm-hmm. And he's in the hospital tonight. And I heard the other Steve, Georgia Bulldog fan. He's a huge Georgia Bulldog fan. My brother Norman Anthony Pugh is. And man, he's in a fight. If the Lord calls him home, Steve, it'll make three people now. My stepfather, our father, and now my brother that's being called home due to cancer. And like he told me tonight, he said, Perry, I done lost all my hair again. He said, I was growing a beard out to impress you and surprise you, and this all done fell out. They had to open me up, take more cancer out of my stomach. And he says, I'm just tired. But, Steve, we're praying that God's will be done. And that's what I'm going to pray for everybody, that God's will be done in your life. And I want to encourage you, if you have health issues, or if you're battling addiction, man, let me tell you something. Or if you're living an alternative lifestyle and you're tired of it, man, this old preacher here ain't going to thumb his nose up at you. I love you. I may not like your sin. I may not like what you do, but you won't never get no judgment from me, Steve. One day I'm going to meet you. And I may not like the fact that you may blow a cigarette smoke in my face or swig a beer in front of me. But you know what? I'm going to give you a hug. I'm going to tell you I love you. Because I may not like what you do, but I love you, the person. That's why you say you hate the sin, but you love the sinner. Even if you get obliterated drunk and I had to carry you back to your hotel room, I'm still going to love you. Not like what you did, but I would still love you because you one heck of a dude and one heck of a man. God, sure, and I want you to know one thing when I get off here. Love just on another four-letter word. There's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and my God, he did because he died for you. I know I can love you, and I do. And Steve, thank you for your time. God bless you. I love you, everybody. And we'll talk at you later.
Have a good morning, Rambler. Thanks for checking in, and we'll return.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, well, lo and behold, maybe, just maybe, the President of the United States may actually visit the southern border. Yeah, almost 2 years into the presidency. Joe might finally visit the border for the first time. He told reporters yesterday, "That's my intention. We're working out the details now." Oh, boy. A possible destination could be El Paso, according to reports. That's where Kamala Harris, who was tapped as the border czar, toured the Border Patrol facility and a port of entry back in June of last year. At which point in time, El Paso wasn't seen nearly as much activity as it is seen now. First, Biden has plans to head to Mexico City to visit the Mexican and Canadian Prime Minister June the 9th and the 10th. That's the North American Leaders Summit. Sources say the White House is strongly considering making a first stop at the southern border as the migrant crisis has hundreds of, if not thousands, waiting to enter the U.S. Yeah, it's thousands. We know the numbers. There were 2.2 million crossing, apprehensions by the Border Patrol, and an unknown number of gotaways that evaded detection by the overwhelmed forces there at the border. That was with Title 42 still in effect since the Trump administration. 19 Republican state attorneys, of course, have sued, and the Supreme Court ruled that Title 42 remains in place while it takes up the case this winter. Now, of course, Kevin McCarthy said, "Hey, I invited Biden to the border during an Oval Office meeting after the November election. I explained what I saw. The control of our border is lost right now." Press Secretary Jean-Pierre is blaming, of course, Republicans for not assisting the administration on the border that the president has yet to even visit. If the congressional Republicans are serious about dealing with the challenges we're seeing at the border, they will assist, she said. So it's technically the Republicans' fault. It's your fault. All right, Eagle, I guess you'll say, "I'll believe it when I see it," right?
I'll get to that subject in a minute, Steve, the border crisis. But I discussed that with you last night. But I want to get into something else right quick before I forget about it. First, before we get this conversation going, and that's about this loser. I was looking at a video while you had me on hold, and the whatever you want to call the guy that's in the White House. I noticed that he was in Cincinnati today. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've seen that or not. Talking about the bridge that goes from Ohio to Kentucky, saying that
they're going to try to build a second bridge. How long they been talking about doing that, Steve? I heard that bridge was built in 1963. When the hell are they going to build that bridge? When is this going to actually take? Is it going to be 2050? Or are we still going to be alive when this bridge is finally finalized? Do you know any details of when this loser has plans on finishing this bridge?
Well, supposedly it's $1.6 billion from that big omnibus bill was allocated. They're supposed to start construction at the end of this year. Completion will be sometime, they say, in 2029. So it's going to take them like 6 years. And yeah, they've been talking about this bridge, Eagle, probably for 20 years now.
Oh, yeah, we've talked about this before, Steve. I've talked to you before about this bridge. I crossed the bridge. It's a very important bridge because, a lot of freight trucks go across there going up to Canada, going into Michigan, 75, trucks going south. Mm-hmm. So it's a very important bridge for transportation industry. So this bridge should have already been built a long time ago, Steve. Can you imagine what the traffic is going to be like? Traffic is already bad in that area on 75. Can you imagine what traffic is going to be like for the next 6-7 years that he claims is going to take, which we both know is going to take longer than that? You've seen how long it took them to do that construction going up from Cincinnati up there to Dayton, Ohio. How long did it take them idiots to finish that deal?
Right. Well, hold that thought, Eagle. We've closed out the hour, hitting the midnight hour on the West Coast as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. House Republicans flailed through a long second day of fruitless balloting Wednesday, unable to either elect their leader, Kevin McCarthy, as House Speaker or come up with a new strategy to end the political chaos that has tarnished the start of their new majority. Yet McCarthy wasn't giving up even after the 4th, 5th, and 6th votes produced no better outcome, and he was left trying to call off a nighttime session. Even that was controversial as the House voted 216 to 214 amid shouting and crowding to adjourn for the night. No progress at all was evident throughout the day of vote after vote after vote as Republicans tried to elevate McCarthy into the top job. Ballots produced almost the same outcome, 20 conservative holdouts still refusing to support him and leaving him far short of the 218 typically needed to win the gavel. In fact, McCarthy saw his support slip to 201 as one fellow Republican switched to vote to simply present. The mastermind of the nationwide college admission bribery scheme that ensnares celebrities, prominent business people, and other parents who use their wealth and privilege to buy their kids' way into top-tier schools was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison Wednesday. The punishment for Rick Singer, 62, is the longest sentence. Monday's frightening scene at the Bills-Bengals game demonstrates the importance of making sure that your child is healthy before taking part in sports. Details from Lance Pry.
Just about every kid playing high school sports gets a physical, and usually that includes a look at the heart.
It is pretty common these days for athletes to at least get an electrocardiogram.
Dr. Alan Anderson with the University of Texas Health System says there's a very good reason for that.
Because it does stand the chance of picking up abnormalities that otherwise wouldn't manifest themselves until the player drops dead on the field.
Anderson says despite all the precautions, sudden cardiac arrest is the most common cause of death among young athletes. I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Roku is stepping into the field of producing televisions.
The company is rolling out its first line of exclusive Roku-branded smart TVs. They're set to hit the shelves in the spring of this year. The Roku Select and Roku Plus series TVs will be available in 11 models from 24 to 75-inch screen sizes. Prices will range from $119 up to $1,000. The announcement comes only a few months after Roku entered the smart home category by selling relabeled Wyze products under its own brand. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
A former teacher in Washington State has won a lawsuit over a MAGA hat. Eric Dodge wore a Make America Great Again hat to school training on multiple occasions and felt threatened by the school principal and others as a result. That led to a lawsuit, and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in his favor last week, arguing he wasn't wearing the hat around students or in the classroom. A cryptocurrency exchange and financial regulators are reaching a $100 million settlement. As part of that, Coinbase will pay a $50 million fine for anti-money laundering law violations. The latest hit to the crypto world comes just months after the collapse of FTX. TV personality Sharon Osbourne says the reason for her December hospitalization is still a mystery. Speaking on her show, Talk TV, Ozzy Osbourne's wife said it was a weird thing as she was filming and then suddenly passed out. Nobody knows how she became ill. Dave Collins, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Everybody on the same page. We got Thursday, 5th day of January. And again, we'll start things off tomorrow night with some of our reps from Gold Eagle. We'll be discussing Stabil products. It'll be the first time we've actually had them on the program. So I'm sure some of you have some questions. We'll explain Stabil products. And there's several other products that they want to introduce to you tomorrow night. So we'll start off with them probably about 12:30 once we get through our traveler's weather. Welcome everybody aboard, that good stuff. Kyle Fisher, I believe, also slated to join us, talking all the latest Hot Shot Secret. Give us an update on the upcoming racing scene. A lot's been happening. Last several weeks behind the scene, deals being made, sponsorships for the upcoming racing season for Hot Shot Secret. So that'll be for our Friday morning program. Meanwhile, OOIDA warning truckers of a potential phone scam posing as the Department of Transportation. Get one member that received an odd text on his phone advising him that there's been an error on your U.S. DOT. He was told to call a number to become current and keep driving with no interruption. Well, naturally, he was concerned. I was like, hey, something's wrong. I think something's not right here. So he said he did an internet search of the phone number, and he saw some red flags. That's when he called OOIDA to find out what, if anything, is going on with his authority. Tim Crowley, regulatory specialist with the Business Services Department, says it looks like another scam. I haven't seen too many text scams like this one, he says, though. Crowley said the DOT will send a letter or maybe a phone call, but he's never heard of the department texting people. The DOT will not text you. So if you get a text message, it's a scam because they don't do it. Of course, carriers are required to provide their phone numbers to the FMCSA. That makes the number public knowledge and, of course, ripe for the picking for potential scammers. Crowley suggests truckers set up their authority using two phone lines, one to list on the FMCSA's website and another low-key number to give out to potential customers. Some scammers will offer up to update your MCS 150s for like up to $300. OIDA updates your MCS 150 forms for $25, or you can do it yourself for free. So just a heads up from our friends at OOIDA. All right, let me get back and finish up with Eagle here. Yes, welcome back.
Okay, Steve, I got to give you a compliment, man. You the man. I appreciate you letting me know that because you know I'm gonna raise some hell. Now I didn't know that Joe Biden had announced that he was going to the border, or I definitely would have chimed in on that earlier. But you know I got something to say about that, and believe me, I'm getting ready to say it right now. Hey, let me tell you something, Steve, because I told you about this last night when I was in El Paso last week with what I saw, and it's a damn shame the way people are living. It's those people are living just like the ones out there in Los Angeles, California, out there on Skid Row. You go out there to L.A., just before you get to downtown city, you got tents. You got blocks and blocks and blocks of tents, people living out on the streets of America, Steve. You got rats You got rats going down the street big as look like a cat going down the street. They so big. And this is in Los Angeles, California, one of the major cities in the USA, El Paso, Texas. Remember the reason why I bring that up, Steve? Remember I told you Texas used to be a Republican state, and all those people that's leaving California, guess where they headed? They headed straight to Texas, and they bringing their same bad habits with them. They've turned Austin, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, and they working on Dallas. They trying to turn that into another California, Steve. And that's why I told you earlier, last year, that I'll probably be making my move out of Texas, probably this year, maybe into the great state of Florida, where they got a real governor that cares about the people that live there. And, we got a good governor in Texas, but he's overrun by a bunch of Democratic people that are trying to run him out of town, Steve. Greg Abbott, as you know, he's done everything he could to secure the border in the state of Texas with no help, and I do mean no help from Joe Biden and anybody else in the administration in Washington D.C. But let me say this about one quick note about Greg before I get to Joe Biden, Steve. Right before the holidays, you had already been on break, so I couldn't comment on that. Greg Abbott sent another busload of people up to Kamala Harris' house up in Washington D.C. and people were raising hell about it. You got all these liberal Democrats talking about Joe Biden. I mean, Greg Abbott is inhumane. He's treating these people unfairly. No, Greg Abbott's not treating anybody unfairly, Steve. Those people shouldn't have got into the country to begin with. If Joe Biden would have had the border shut down like it was supposed to be, those people would have never been on a bus headed to Washington, D.C. to begin with. And besides that, for those people that said that Greg Abbott is a bad guy, those people signed a piece of paper, a note, saying that they didn't they do that, Steve? They said that they willingly got on that bus and went to Washington, D.C. None of those people were forced to go to Washington, D.C. Am I right or am I wrong?
That is correct. Yes, they signed a form. Yep.
Yes, they did sign a form. So Greg Abbott did nothing wrong. Those people voluntarily got on that bus and went up to Washington, D.C. Like I said, if Joe Biden would have been doing his job, those people wouldn't have had to get on the bus to begin with. So here's how it goes, Steve, with good old Joe Biden. When he meets with the Mexican president next week, I read it while we was on break. He's going down to Mexico City, and he claimed he's gonna make a stop. He ain't said what city and what town he gonna stop in on the border. From what I read while you was on break. But he's supposed to be going to Mexico City to visit with the Mexican president and the Canadian. So here's what he needs to do if he had any kind of guts about himself, Steve. It's just like Donald Trump would do when he sit down at the table with this guy. Because this is how you have to conduct business with these type of individuals. With all the drugs that are coming in, with all the illegal, with all the criminals that are coming in, they don't empty out all the jail houses down in Venezuela, Colombia, you name it. All those people are making their way to the U.S. So what you have to do with the Mexican, you put it to him like this, Steve. You say, just like Trump did, all the money and funding will come to a stop. We're not sending not one single dime to Mexico until you close off and seal off your border to keep these individuals from getting into Mexico, and you will keep these people in your country under this 42 title, which Donald Trump put into effect, saying that those people will stay in that country until they get an asylum hearing or the money. Well, we will no longer do business with Mexico. That's what Joe Biden needs to tell this man next week when he visits with it. But you and I both know he's not going to do that. But that's what needs to be done, and that'll immediately stop the flow of these individuals into America, Steve. Because right now, as you know, in China, they got all kind of the COVID virus out of control, and yet we got a border that's wide open. Anybody can step into this country with a deadly virus and infect millions and millions of people. That should be on the top of Joe Biden's list of wanting to shut the border down. Not alone the fentanyl. How many people dying every day of fentanyl in America, Steve? It's getting old talking about the same deal. And you got this so-called press secretary that gets up on the podium week after week, day after day, telling nothing but lies. They asked her a question again today, Steve, if the border was secure, and she still came up with the same lie that our border is secure and everything is under control in the on the southern border. And we both know that's not true. So like I said before, Steve, America if you care anything about this country, I'm not going to even get into what's going on with this confirmation hearing, because I discussed that with you last night. But what Joe Biden, he better be focused on this border. He has a chance to redeem himself, Steve. In 2 years of a total disaster on the border, he got his chance to meet with the Mexican president next week. It's up to Joe Biden to do the right thing. If he really cares about America like he says he does, he will sit down with this man and he will get the issue settled, and he will get it straight to stop these people from coming into this country illegally, because I'm fed up with it. Because like I say, I live down here in Texas, close to the border. I'm fed up with it, and the people that live in Texas are fed up with it, and we need to get something done about this problem. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
I have a sneaky suspicion when they get together, because this is going to be the North American Leaders Summit, Mexico, U.S., Canada. I can't help but wonder if will the actual U.S.-Mexico border even be discussed when they all get together. They'll be talking about international trade deals and all that stuff, but will they bring up the border crisis? Will they discuss how can we rein in the cartels and stop the influx of fentanyl and methamphetamine and all the other drugs that continue to literally pour into this country? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, Philip, what's happening this morning?
Oh, just driving down I-4, listening to Eagle, man. That Eagle, you right on the money, buddy. So, yeah, come on down to Florida if you want to, Eagle. We got plenty of room for you. We're getting a lot of room for everybody else. Come on down, buddy. Steve, I appreciate Rambler talking about the church. I'm a little religious here and there, and I will say this much. The church is kind of like the Republican Party and the Democrats and everything right now, and I hate to say it this way, folks, but it's all got into the me and I situation instead of us, and we're working on what we need to do for our cause. And I think that's what the churches have turned into as the Republican Party. You can see that right now in the House of Representatives. They're not out for the cause. They're out for me and I. Well, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. And the church is that kind of way too as well. There's no more God in it anymore, and that's what needs to be in it is God, and that's what Rambler was talking about. And that's what needs to happen. And we got to get that taken care of if you want to, do what you need to do. And it's the same way with the Republican Party. It's the same way with the Democrat Party. They're even worse. So, Steve, do you think the two-party system has actually worked in the years that it's been there?
I would have to say no. But try as they have tried to get a third party. I guess the closest thing we came to it was the Tea Party movement, but they pretty much shut that down in short order.
Yeah, I came very close with the Tea Party, but I mean, you've had failures on both sides, of it, and I just don't know. This Tea Party, the two-party system is just, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. And then, like you mentioned yesterday about you split the ticket. I mean, we've seen that with Ross Perot and a bunch of other, different deals through the years, and I don't know. It's just crazy. It's scratch my back, I scratch your back. You got to fight for the cause. If the Republican Party really truly wants to pull it together and do what they need to do, they need to be unified. And that's what needs to happen, and hopefully they get it together. Steve, have you heard anything about the rail strike in Britain?
Britain, I can't say that I have, no.
Okay, so we know we almost came to a rail strike here, about a month ago, and they've got one over there right now that's hurting them pretty bad. Okay, in Britain, it's raised things through the roof because there's a lot of things that move in the UK on a train instead of a truck because they don't have the infrastructure like we do over here. So their roads are a lot narrower and stuff. They can't carry the capacity like we do over here as far as our trucks and stuff. So, but they do a lot of rail movement. And now it's going to stem it into other labor sectors, like, say, ambulance drivers are going to be going on strike in February. And it's leading to a lot of labor situations and unions over there that are going to go into strike. And it's crippling their country right now. That's something that, you know, we at America have, you know, we've always been kind of independent. I know a lot of people don't like unions and they don't like this and that and all that stuff. But, you know, over there in Britain, it's coming down to the wire. I know too many people are watching it, and it's hurting them financially. And their new prime minister, he's got a lot of work ahead of him, and hopefully he can get it out of the deal. But I was watching Euronews last night, and they were talking about some of the dates. I mean, these unions over there, they've literally got it down to the date when they're going to go on strike in January and February. So I think it's something that needs to be paid attention to because they are an ally of ours, and you know, and it could very well happen here again. I mean, the rail thing, you know, those folks, they're not really happy about the situation when they have Congress telling them what to do, you know, and that could force even walkouts and even ends. So, but that's all I pretty much had today, buddy. And I'm with Rambler. We need to get God back into church, and we need to keep going. So, y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me.
All right, good to hear from you, Philip. Safe day. Thanks for checking in. Get to the Jolly Green Giant coming up here, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I got some updates on the big storm impacting the West Coast. Winds, dangerous winds. Picking up through Northern California this past day. A precursor to the high winds residents can expect throughout this severe weather stretch through the upcoming day. Highest reported gust was 94 miles an hour near Cape Town at an elevation of about just shy of 1,700 feet. Other high elevation wind gusts, 83 miles per hour near Witchpeck. A 78-mile-per-hour gust near Neeland. 75-mile-per-hour gust near Branscombe. National Weather Service has issued high wind warnings for the San Francisco Bay Area and the Central Coast through 10 o'clock Pacific time. Here this Thursday morning, gusts expected to be up to 50 miles per hour in the valleys, up to 70 miles per hour along the coast and the higher elevations. Update from Oakland. Due to the ongoing storms moving through the area, this was posted about 3 hours ago. City administrator issued a state of emergency, which will last for 7 days. Officials expect the storms will require expedited emergency responses from the city to address public safety, transportation, public works. Storm started to work its way into the Bay Area late afternoon on Wednesday. City there is under a flood warning till at 10:45 p.m. All right, a couple of other updates. Let's see. According to KTVU in Oakland, an infant reportedly died in Occidental, California, Sonoma County, when strong winds brought a tree down onto the home. The combination of the saturated soil, the strong winds, obviously leads to weakened root systems in the trees. That's been the concern. They said a lot of trees are going to be coming down. And one other, the snowpack, the needed snowpack in California, despite the hurdles that the drought has posed. California snowpack is off to a pretty impressive start. Over 64% of the state was experiencing at least moderate drought condition as of the latest data available, December the 29th. However, the snowpack in the Sierra Mountains is over 100% above normal compared to the average as of January the 4th, yesterday. So in the southern Sierra, snowpack levels were over double the average amount. According to the Associated Press, snowpack statewide is at 174% of the historical average. That's like the third best measurement in the past 40 years. There are hopes that a healthy snowpack will add to the dwindling water levels of the reservoirs. A strong start to the year doesn't always promise a steady supply throughout the year. Last year, they say, statewide snowpack was at one point at 160% of average for the first survey, which dropped to only 38% of historical average by the time they got to April the 1st. But there are more storms on the way to California.
USA News Update. 8 people, including 5 children, were found dead from gunshot wounds in a southern Utah home Wednesday, according to authorities who did not provide more details or a potential motive for the killing. The victims are found when police did a welfare check at the residence, according to a statement by city officials in Enoch, a small town of about 8,000 people located 245 miles south of Salt Lake City. As Republicans continue to squabble over who will be the next speaker, there are essentially no members in the House of Representatives, only members-elect. Without a speaker, none of them can be sworn in, and the 118th Congress can't convene or vote on any rules. A man accused of attacking police with a machete near New York Times Square on New Year's Eve was intent on committing a jihad against government officials and shouted Allahu Akbar before striking one officer in the head and attempting to grab another officer's gun. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it looks like we're just a couple days away from the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance kicking off a 5-day effort to combat the crime of human trafficking. CVSA's Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative takes place January the 9th through the 13th. They've extended the program from 3 days to 5 days. They say based on the success of last year's event, the purpose, of course, is to educate commercial motor vehicle drivers, motor carriers, law enforcement officers, and the general public about the crime of human trafficking. The signs to look for, what to do if you suspect someone's being trafficked. The dates for Canada are, let's see, February the 20th through the 24th. 22, last year's results. 35 jurisdictions participated. More than 2,450 law enforcement officers, troopers, inspectors participated. There were 163 reported events, possible indicators of human trafficking or documented cases. 13,270 wallet cards were distributed. Window decals, 1,800 presentations delivered on educating folks. 640 media contacts. The Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles shared the following social media post detailing their efforts during last year's. Officials said more than 740 commercial vehicle inspections were conducted in the 3 days in Florida last year. So we had a 5-day initiative this year looking for human trafficking. And our number, 844-844-3388. Happy New Year to the Jolly Green Giant. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and Happy New Year to all the cartoon characters out there. Now, Jolly Green Giant has been on vacation, and I did call last week, but I kept getting a busy signal. And I got scratching my head, couldn't figure out what was going on. And then one of the cartoon characters called me and said, you were on vacation.
That is correct.
I said, well, no wonder I couldn't get in touch with you. I wanted to say hello. So, but I want to talk about a couple things. Let's begin with the border problem. Now, Jolly Green and Miss Jolly Green were up there in Niagara Falls, New York, and we were up there for an entire week, and we waited until Friday until the weather was cooperative, and we decided to go over into Canada. Now, we both have passports because we do take periodical cruises. So I will tell you, they were extremely particular about going over into Canada, and I'll tell you what, I watched them turn vehicles back around, back into the United States because they didn't have their passport or their proper paperwork. Now, so if they're that picky up in Canada, why are they not being picky down there on the Mexican southern line?
Right.
Really, truly understand, you know? And Canada is extremely picky, and I take my hat off to them. The questions they were asking didn't really bother me or anything. So, and I want to talk about the Ben Spence Bridge. It is true. I've been talking about it for years and years and years and years. Also, I want to bring up that the bridge actually is not owned by Ohio. It's actually owned by Kentucky. Now, that's number one. Also, there is a bridge on Interstate 65 that connects over into Louisville, Kentucky, and that is now a toll bridge. I am surprised that they don't make the Ben Spence Bridge a toll bridge. Now, let's talk about the construction. You said it would take 6 years until 2029. And Eagle, drivers out there, I'm not going to stand there and bring up. I mean, Eagle, it doesn't really matter. Now, what I'm trying to say is, it's really not going to be that big of a deal. Now, why? Because first of all, we're going to probably be using that bridge while they're building the new one, which is supposed to be west of the bridge that we're using now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's number one. Number two, hazmat is not allowed to go across that bridge. Our company and companies like the company I work for are actually using 275. That's why this is not going to be a problem. We're just going to continue on doing what we're doing and doing 275. If you go around to the west side through Lawrenceburg, it's only 19 miles farther. If you go the other way, I'm not really sure how much farther going the east side. And another way of going across is take 71 to the Danbury Bridge and then connect up with 471 to 275 and then take that back over towards $75.
Right.
So there really isn't going to be a major problem with this construction. It's not really going to affect us that much. It's really not going to be that bad. In fact, I think it's a good idea. My question is, what is taking so long? Let's get it built, So, but I just wanted to say, I do agree with Rambler. I do believe that we need to get God back into the church. And I will tell you that the pastor of the church I go to happens to be a driver for the same company I'm working for. And we were talking yesterday about the church being debt-free. And there's a lot of churches out there that they get their building and they've got too much debt. I really don't think that that's really God's will for a church to be in debt. I really don't think it's a good idea. I definitely believe that America needs to get back to God. I think America's problem is we have totally forgotten about what this country was really built upon, and that is under God. We have totally got away from that. That's what's wrong with our government right now. That's truly what's wrong. It's not just and I also agree with Philip. Is the two-party system working? And the answer is absolutely not.
Right.
I say do away with the two-party system. Let's start voting in the right person for the job. Who cares about the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Tea Party, the Conservative Party? Who cares? The whole thing is, it's all about, right now, it's all about the Democratic Party. What's best for the Democratic Party? Or it's all what's best for the Republican Party. We're forgetting about why we're up there in D.C. in the first place, and that is we the people. Let's get back to we the people, and let's stop. This party system is a bunch of bull. Let's get back to what this country really stands for. And that is we represent the people of the United States of America. That's what really this is about. The party system, in my opinion, it's corrupt on both sides of the aisle. It's not just the Democrats. The Republicans are just as bad. So I say that I've been saying it for quite some time. Let's do away with the two-party system. And by the way, I was told tonight that won't happen.
No.
So
no.
That's my opinion. So what do you think, Steve?
I think whoever told you that it won't happen was correct. It won't happen. There's going to be the two parties. Try as we may to create a third party or break away. I mean, someone suggested, who was it last evening that suggested Donald Trump should run as an independent if he doesn't get the Republican nomination? I said that's just going to fracture the Republican Party and guarantee the Democrats would never lose.
Absolutely. Well, I just want to say, Happy New Year to everybody, and I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad you got some vacation time in. You deserve some time off, Steve, and I hope you guys had a Merry Christmas. So either way, Jolly Green is listening, so I just want to make sure everybody knows that I'm thinking about everybody. I hope everybody's safe on the road. So everybody have a good night. I will be calling in and being listening.
Very
All right,
good.
Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you much. Have a good Happy New Year. I guess it is. It is technically Friday Eve, isn't it? Yeah, so says Tom Kelly. Happy Friday Eve from the Houston studios, TNCRadio.live. Back with all new shows this week, and that includes the Wednesday night live shows. Hear all those coming up right after the overnight drive this morning on TNCRadio.live. First up, it's Tom Kirk and a couple of the originals talking about some of the industry changes we'd like to see in 2023. That it's taillights with the bombs. Angie interviews the NADRA co-founder, Matt Kilmer, talking about the new association, their call to action regarding safe truck parking. Also talk about his life as a third-generation truck driver with nearly 25 years experience. Finally, 7 o'clock this morning, Eastern, Anderson and Banker. Bring it home with Clutch Time Sports. From the moment that shook the sports world this week in Cincinnati to their predictions of who will win the big game Monday. Don't miss the only sports show dedicated to the drivers out there. Oh, yeah, we've got our new year, our new giveaway. We used to call it the Daily Driver Bonus. I guess we can call it the Daily Driver Bonus, or we're going to call it the Pay Off Your Christmas Bills contest. Up and running. It's kind of a simplified version of the normal contest. You got to get the keyword, which today's keyword is Christmas. Go to tncradio.live. Your chance to win $1,000 cash. Use the tncradio.live on the internet or use the app in this nationwide contest. Hey, for additional keywords, be sure to listen in each weekday. Good luck. Today's keyword is Christmas. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So what are you supposed to do? You drive a truck for a living? We know there's issues with finding parking all over the country, which may actually finally be addressed. We do have some legislation. I think the co-sponsor list continues to grow. But in this case, Macon, Georgia, a new law prohibiting the parking of trucks on personal property has gone into effect. Truck drivers living in the area pretty much at a loss. Where am I supposed to park? Of course, with the start of the new year, January 1, for those in the Macon-Bibb, Georgia area, the law does not allow commercial vehicles and trailers over 8,000 to 10,000 pounds to be parked at homes in the area. Now, this not only affects truck drivers, but RV owners and more. Now, the law also applies to semi-trucks and trailers left in public parking lots like a shopping center. Where are you going to park? Yeah, drivers in the area say that this new law doesn't leave us with pretty much any options. Everybody knows there's nowhere to park in Macon. Raven May is a truck driver. May's been driving a truck for 10 years. He says, I start my shift at 3 in the morning. It takes him from Atlanta to Savannah and back every day. He says he started parking his truck at home because it's the primary mode of transportation, aside from the personal car that his wife uses to get to work and drive their kids around every day. So now with this new law, he says, what am I to do? It's not realistic to expect the wife and the kids to get up and drive him wherever the truck's allowed to be parked at 3 o'clock in the morning and then have to come back and pick him up again. Yeah, of course, once you get home from work, there's nowhere to park in Macon. So you got to find somewhere to park and try not to get towed at the same time. If I can't park at my own house, where can I park it? I think they said there's supposedly a Love's Travel Center somewhere there in the city, but yeah, they're not going to allow you to just park your trucks on a regular basis there. The lot's probably typically almost full or full to begin with. All right, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, snow blowers, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system at the same time. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to save, hey, for being a listener to this program, if you go to goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 15% off your entire order. Overnight Drive, goldeagle.com. Order your Sta-Bil. Eagle, yes, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah, Steve. I wanted to get into politics deal. I didn't get a chance on the first call talking about the border. I asked you this question last night, Steve. I think I know what the answer is, but it just disgusts me. I asked you this last night, Steve. Why do these people run as a Republican when they're in their district or state or wherever they come from? Why do these people say that they want to go to Washington, D.C. to be a Republican, and then when they get there, they change into a Democrat? You got 20 people, Steve, and I hope people remember who these people's names are and what city and what states these people represent, so they won't make the same mistake in 2 years or whatever in voting these people back into that. It gets somebody in there that's really a Republican, Steve. But why are these people turning their back on this man and forgetting that they're a Republican? Why are they doing this? Well, do you have an explanation for that?
Well, Eagle, here's the explanation is that these 20 individuals are, what would you, technically they are the mega Republicans, the Make America Great Again. They are the big Trump supporter Republicans. They want to continue the agenda that Trump started. They don't want to continue with the status quo in D.C. or the swamp, as you say. So that's why it's not like they're not Republicans. They're actually more conservative than most of the other Republicans.
Okay, but why do they keep saying? Why do they keep saying they need to get in contact with Donald Trump? Why do they keep saying that this McCartney guy needs to get in contact with Donald Trump and see what Donald Trump has to say about it? If these people don't want nothing to do with Donald Trump, then why are they telling McCartney, whatever his name is, why are they telling him that he needs to get into? Why are they trying to get Donald Trump's opinion about this situation?
Well, Trump. That's what I can't figure out. Trump actually he kind of doubled down. Trump actually tried to encourage them to vote for McCarthy yesterday. Trump's still kind of pushing for him, even though they didn't really see eye to eye.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, Steve, I'm a loyal person. And I wish other people would be the same way. If I was a congressman and somebody voted me in to Washington, D.C. To represent the Republicans, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Whether I agree with McCartney, whether I like what he stands for or not, it's still better than going with the Democrats. It's still better than embarrassing your party. This has happened over 7 times now, Steve, where they can't get this man confirmed. Like I said before, it's a matter of of affiliation. And like I say, I'm a loyal person, and whether I like somebody or not, if you're on the same team as me, I'm going to vote with you, and I'm on side with you. And it really disgusts me how these people are handling business right now in Washington, D.C., because they're really embarrassing the Republican Party, if you want to call it that, and making everybody look bad. And now they're even talking about they want this man to step down, and maybe they can find somebody else to represent the Republic. If not, and here's what would really be terrible, Steve. If this guy doesn't get confirmed, and then the deal turns right back over to a Democrat because these people couldn't come to an agreement, that'll be a real slap in the face for the Republicans. If this man is not confirmed and a Democrat ends up with the job, that'll be the Republicans will be the laughing stock of the whole United States of America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, that's not going to happen unless there was some sort of a rules change as far as, like they continue voting and they say, all right, we're going to go to a simple majority vote. Yeah, rather than not the whole 218 thing, but not majority, a simple who gets the most votes. Because technically, Hakeem Jeffries is the one who's been getting, I think it's like 212 votes. Yeah, technically more than McCarthy's got in each of the 6 votes that have taken place so far. You got this. Here's one of the new representatives, Representative-elect Michael McCall of Texas. Says, we need to be calm. Calm down. All this chaos about selecting a speaker. Our adversaries are taking advantage of this moment. I caution everyone, just calm down, he said. I think we're going to get this resolved in the next day or so. It's not going to be the end of democracy as we know it, people. Of course, yesterday, we watched as they floundered through a second day of multiple ballots, 4th, 5th, and 6th votes to no avail. Kind of like political chaos, which, it is kind of tarnishing the beginning of the new Republican majority in the House. But discussing headlines from around the world about the debacle, McCall said the leaders of China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, they're all going to take advantage of the situation and tell their people, hey, see, this is why we told you democracy doesn't work, because look what's happening right now. Yeah, now they'll say that, but democracy is kind of messy. It's the worst form of government except for all the others, right? Winston Churchill actually said that. He said, I agree with him. All right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Former President Trump is declining to say whether or not he still supports Kevin McCarthy's bid for House Speaker. In a short conversation with NBC News, Trump says we'll see what happens when asked if he'll be supporting the GOP leader. McCarthy was previously endorsed by the former president for the role. After 3 rounds of voting, McCarthy was unable to get the 218 votes needed to become Speaker before the House adjourned due to opposition from hardline Republicans. Another round of voting is set for Wednesday. Dangerous weather is disrupting the lives of millions of people all over the U.S. Parts of Louisiana and Arkansas saw damage from tornadoes, with over 20 million people on severe weather alerts across the South. Winter weather is hitting the Midwest, with areas of South Dakota seeing almost 2 feet of snow, with travel warnings also across Minnesota and Wisconsin. Over 20 states are under alert for flooding, rain, and high winds, including California, where heavy rain is moving into the Bay Area on Wednesday before moving to the Los Angeles area. Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is still in a Cincinnati hospital after having to be resuscitated twice. That's according to his uncle, who told CNN Tuesday that his nephew remains sedated and on a ventilator. The Bills confirmed he suffered cardiac arrest and on the field during Monday night's game against the Bengals and remains in ICU. The Federal Reserve's Open Market Committee will release the minutes of its latest meeting on Wednesday, providing a glimpse into where the Fed sees inflation and interest rates heading. Also due out Wednesday is a November job opening report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The report is expected to show 10 million openings in November, a slight drop from the prior month. Nobody won the jackpot in Tuesday's lottery drawing, which was worth $785 million. So the jackpot will roll over to the next Mega Millions drawing on Friday and will be worth an estimated $940 million, making it the 6th biggest lottery jackpot ever. This is USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. House Republicans flailed through a long second day of fruitless balloting Wednesday, unable to either elect their leader, Kevin McCarthy, as House Speaker or come up with a new strategy to end the political chaos that has tarnished the start of their new majority. Yet McCarthy wasn't giving up even after the 4th, 5th, and 6th votes produced no better outcome, and he was left trying to call off a nighttime session. Even that was controversial, as the House voted 216 to 214 amid shouting and crowding to adjourn for the night. No progress at all was evident throughout the day of vote after vote after vote as Republicans tried to elevate McCarthy into the top job. Ballots produced almost the same outcome, 20 conservative holdouts still refusing to support him and leaving him far short of the 218 typically needed to win the gavel. In fact, McCarthy saw his support slip to 201 as one fellow Republican switched to vote to simply present. The mastermind of the nationwide college admission bribery scheme that ensnares celebrities, prominent business people, and other parents who use their wealth and privilege to buy their kids' way into top-tier schools was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison Wednesday. The punishment for Rick Singer, 62, is the longest sentence handed down in the sprawling scandal that embarrassed some of the nation's most prestigious universities and put a spotlight on the secretive admissions system already seen as rigged in favor of the rich. Prosecutors had sought 6 years behind bars, noted Singer's extensive cooperation that helped authorities unravel the entire scheme. Singer began secretly working with investigators in 2018. This is USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
He started out with automotive engines before 8 cylinders were not enough. With Allison Power, he won 6 Grand National titles in 4 seasons. But his true legacy is the devotion to family and team that he has passed on to the next generation. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Ron Bargy of Ansonia, Ohio, was inducted into the 2022 class of the Pulling Hall of Fame at the NTPA's awards banquet on Saturday, December 3rd. Mr. Bargy drove various configurations of the judge and the jury modifieds from the mid-1970s until well into the 2010s. He won 9,000-pound and 12,000-pound modified titles in 1975 and again in 1976, and then the 7,500-pound and 9,000-pound titles in 1978. A farmer near Greenville, Ohio, Ron and his wife Doris raised 6 sons and 2 daughters, and 4 of those sons take turns driving a modern-day judge and jury on the NTPA's Region 2 circuit. The following excerpts are from an interview conducted with Mr. Bargy just hours before his induction ceremony.
Let me ask you about how it got started.
I guess it goes way back. Probably I was only 12 years old. Dad and I went to the Miami County Fair, which is one county to the east of Darke County Fair, and they had a free-for-all. There was 40 cockshut there, and so they had it loaded down, and then they had 2 telephone poles underneath sticking out to the front about 20 feet for ballast. You know, it reared up, and the brother ran out and hung on the front of that to bring it back down. I was 17 years old, senior in high school, and us FFA boys, they always had Ansonia had a fall fair. Us guys decided we wanted to have a tractor pull area there and had an old stone boat. We stepped a few people on, even know that. And my dad let me take our W.D. Ellis Chalmers to the pool and just progressed from there. And then along came more organized pulling in the early 60s. The state of Ohio had a couple of clubs. We were able to have a tractor pull at the Ohio State Fair. It was 1965.
How important was it for you to have the support of Doris once you got married?
Yeah, she is number one. We have 8 children. We had 2 pulling tractors, loaded the kids all up, motor home, and Larry and his wife took the semi with the tractors, and we were in Iowa and Wisconsin and Michigan or wherever there was NTPA event, we were there. She seen the motorhome was loaded, and those kids, they had to see that their underwear and socks and a few things made it into the camper, so they had something to, it's like a bunch of gypsies. Been wonderful. So lucky to meet so many people from all over the country, and even in Europe when we pulled over there, made a lot of friends. Everybody had one thing in mind, trying to make tractor pulling better.
Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Okay, are you ready? Get that final hour underway. Friday Eve. There you go. course, we had the bitter, bitter cold snap. And, of course, the blizzard, the big snow, transportation was affected pretty heavily. Just before Christmas time there, as we all know, the drivers, hundreds of drivers stuck in North Dakota for nearly a week trying to dig out from several feet of snow. Now, obviously, Kentucky didn't receive as much, but it was bitterly cold. The Kentucky Transportation Cabinet is waiving hours of service requirements for the transport of feed products and live poultry. According to the order, truckers transporting feed products and live poultry are exempt from the hours of service. And that's in effect till January the 20th, so another 15 days. A copy of the order, let's see, the declaration after the cold temperatures, the icy conditions, led to a tightening supply situation. Market demand has led to a sharp decline, they say, in feed inventories and delays in transporting live poultry from farms to other processing locations. Freezing temperatures may have exacerbated the already rising price of eggs. Have you seen egg prices? Good golly. Egg prices have increased by nearly 50%. Due to the avian flu and, of course, the rising feed and energy costs with a high demand at the same time. Transportation Secretary Jim Gray signed the order waiving the hours of service for drivers providing power restoration within affected areas as well. And I guess that lasts until tomorrow, January the 6th. They had the snow and the ice. Meanwhile, in the state of Iowa, Governor Kim Reynolds has signed an extension. The proclamation related to weight limits and transportation of grain, fertilizer, and manure in that state. And that's going to continue now through January the 20th. This allows vehicles transporting corn, soybeans, hay, straw, silage, stover, fertilizer, whether it's dry, liquid, or gas, as well as manure, to be overweight, not exceeding 90,000 pounds gross weight, without a permit for the duration of the proclamation. Trying to get product from point A to point B, right? Who we got here? Would that be Pat by chance?
Mr. Steve, how are you?
Doing well. What's going on? Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too. Hey, I sent you an email last week. Wife was pretty sick with the baby. Just figured I'd give you an update. Everyone's good. We're home. Everyone's doing well.
That would be good news.
Yeah. We had a little scare there. Last Monday, we didn't think she was going to make it through the night. Everything, doctors did a phenomenal job. She's good. We're home. Baby's healthy. So we'll take the next 10 weeks off and go back to work.
Okay. All right. So I don't know. You say you sent me an email. I don't know if I may not have received the email.
Yeah, I forgot you were off last week. We were up there in the hospital. Baby was born on the 21st. We're home for Christmas, and wife woke up that Monday morning after Christmas. Her blood pressure was like 195 over 130, and right back to the hospital we went. And there's a scary 24 hours there. So.
Wow. Yeah.
But baby's healthy, mom's healthy. We're good. And get through the rest of this winter and not have to drive, I guess.
Well, I guess that's a good way to start the new year then, right? On a positive note.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just wanted to check in, let you know, Steve, and I'll be listening all week here.
Thank you so much, Pat. Good to have you on board. Yes, Happy New Year. I haven't seen an update on, remember the attack on the substations there in North Carolina, I believe it was. Was it north or south? Yeah, several weeks back, that knocked out power to tens of thousands of people for several days. Recall that? Then there have been a handful and numerous attacks on the other side of the country in recent months as well. Well, we do have an answer to one such scenario. 2 have been arrested and charged with vandalizing electrical substations in Washington state. Attacks that also left thousands without power over the holidays. One of the suspects told authorities they did it so they could break into a business and steal money. According to authorities this week, 32-year-old Matthew Greenwood and 40-year-old Jeremy Crahan arrested Saturday and were slated to appear in U.S. District Court in Tacoma this week. But the newly unsealed complaint charging both with conspiracy to damage energy facilities, charging Greenwood with possession of a short-barreled rifle and a short-barreled shotgun, cell phone location data, and other evidence tied them to the attacks on the 4 substations, according to the complaint. Those attacks left more than 15,000 without power on Christmas Day, no less. Of course, officials have been warning that the power grid needs better security to prevent domestic terrorism after that big outage in North Carolina, which, again, I haven't had an update. Did they ever get any leads or any arrests in that case? According to the complaint, though, Greenwood told investigators after his arrest that the 2 knocked out power so they could burglarize a business and steal from the cash register. Now, we've seen attacks such as these increase in Western Washington and throughout the country, and we have to treat these incidents seriously. According to the Seattle U.S. Attorney, Nick Brown, the outages on Christmas left thousands in the dark and in the cold and put some who need power for medical devices in extreme risk, no doubt. Anyway, the 4 substations that were attacked said the transformers would have to be replaced. Damage estimated at least $3 million. According to the complaint, the pair hit the first 3 substations early on Christmas Day, then struck the last substation that evening. Now, in each case, bolt cutters were used to access the properties, manipulated switches to knock out power. Their actions caused arcing and sparking. But apparently, police identified the suspects by using location data showing cell phones linked to the 2 to be in the vicinity of all 4 incidents. Very interesting. So you take compiling cell phone data to find which cell phone might be in this area and that area respective times with no idea who it was. Agents surveilled the home then from December the 27th to January the 3rd, appeared to be sharing a home in the Puyallup area. The substations, they say, though, were spread out over dozens of miles. The attacks occurred early in the morning and then in the evening. And the first and fourth attacks were separated by over 12 hours' time. So this makes it at least unlikely that any individual would simply have been at all 4 locations around the times they were vandalized. Anyway, conspiracy to attack energy facilities punishable by up to 20 years in prison. Possession of an unregistered firearm punishable by up to 10 years. So we know at least 4 electrical substations were targeted back in earlier attacks in Oregon and Washington state beginning back in late November, where attackers used firearms in at least some of the incidents, and some power customers in Oregon temporarily lost service. In one of those attacks, 2 people cut through a fence surrounding a high-voltage substation, then shot several pieces of equipment there. It is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion Eagles' part in regards to these 20 Republican holdouts, where he wasn't really understanding that it's not like they're going against the Republican Party. Yeah, they feel the Republican Party has been a part of the status quo, the establishment in Washington for too long. McCarthy's been around, 14 years? You know, what's he done? Now, yes, he did raise a lot of money. He did campaign for a lot of candidates throughout this midterm election cycle. And I think it was Grump earlier that mentioned McCarthy anticipated this massive red wave that so many were predicting that turned out to be kind of a red trickle. McCarthy anticipated he'd have a whole lot more Republicans to vote in his favor, which ultimately turned out to be this very slim majority. Now, you go mention, what are they talking about? Having McCarthy get a hold of Donald Trump or whatever. 2 days ago, Trump didn't really want to weigh in on the McCarthy thing. Yet Trump had endorsed McCarthy. Then after the first votes, the first day where they voted 3 times and McCarthy didn't win, pretty much all he said at that point was, well, let's just see what happens. Then early yesterday, before they came back to vote for votes number 4, 5, and 6, Trump actually tried to encourage those 20 holdouts to get on board. One of those 20 holdouts is Ralph Norman of South Carolina, who says, I don't care that President Trump backs McCarthy for Speaker. Endorsements don't matter to me. From winning the majority, he needs on a series of deadlock votes for the Speaker. He said, this is our fight here, not Trump's fight. Lauren Boebert, another anti-McCarthy voter, took umbrage at Trump, calling on behalf of the beleaguered House leader. She says, let's stop with the campaign smears and the tactics to get people to turn against us. Even having my favorite president call us and tell us we need to knock this off. She actually said that on the House floor yesterday. She went on to say, I think it actually needs to be reversed. The president, Trump, needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you don't have the votes and it's time to withdraw. And Grump was explaining that earlier as well. It is true. McCarthy doesn't have the votes. Even though there's 200 Republicans, whatever it's 201, 202 that have been voting for McCarthy, they don't have the 218, right? You got to get 218. Now, McCarthy has given no indication that he plans to withdraw, but it was pretty clear yesterday after the votes, number 4, 5, and 6, that Trump failed to actually swing a single vote. None of the 20 caved into Trump's endorsement. A big public endorsement. I guess Trump went to his Truth social media, and he said, quote, some really good conversations took place last night. It's now time for all of our great Republican House members to vote for Kevin. Close the deal, take the victory. Republicans do not turn a great triumph into a giant and embarrassing defeat, he said. But as we saw, obviously, in the round of voting, deadlock remained the same position as they were when they adjourned on Tuesday prior to Trump jumping back into the fray there. Now, shortly after Trump's post, the Conservative Action Project, a group of activists with strong ties to Trump, rolled out a counterweight by calling on Republicans to reject McCarthy and kind of lauding the rebel lawmakers. These 20 members, represent the millions of voters across the country who were disgusted with business as usual, self-interested governance in Washington, which includes Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, former Senator Jim DeMint of South Carolina. We stand behind them and beside them in their courageous efforts to find a speaker who will represent the interests of conservatives. We encourage more conservative members to join their ranks. So again, the term is stalemate. Stalemate in D.C. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. 8 people, including 5 children, were found dead from gunshot wounds in a southern Utah home Wednesday, according to authorities who did not provide more details or a potential motive for the killing. The victims are found when police did a welfare check at the residence, according to a statement by city officials in Enoch, a small town of about 8,000 people located 245 miles south of Salt Lake City. As Republicans continue to squabble over who will be the next speaker, there are essentially no members in the House of Representatives, only members-elect. Without a speaker, none of them can be sworn in, and the 118th Congress can't convene or vote on any rules. A man accused of attacking police with a machete near New York Times Square on New Year's Eve was intent on committing a jihad against government officials and shouted, Allahu Akbar before striking one officer in the head and attempting to grab another officer's gun. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. It is 844-844-3388. We touched on the trucking industry headline last evening. California, which I said shooting themselves in the foot by not delaying the implementation of this legislation. They passed all the way back in 2008. It kicked in at the first of the year. Yet to see. It's going to take a few days, a few weeks to see what the repercussions, the unintended consequences are going to be. But yeah, the legislation is large trucks and buses made before the year 2010 are now banned from roads in California. And it includes out-of-state trucks coming into California as well, which would include any Wyoming trucks entering the Golden State. Do I think zero-emission vehicles are the future? Yeah, I do. I think they are. Joe Rakovacs, Director of Governmental Affairs for the Western States Trucking Association. But, instead of building a bridge to the future, they're trying to shotgun a marriage that's going to, in our view, kind of blow up in their face. This all spreads like wildfire. Not all Wyoming-based truck drivers drive to California, but California's clean air policies oftentimes are adopted in other states. According to the managing director for the Wyoming Trucking Association, said their board is vigilant in keeping track of what California's doing. We're always aware of what they're doing and concerned because a lot of what they do spreads to other states. The Federal Clean Air Act prohibits states from setting their own emissions standards, but a provision in the act authorizes the EPA to grant California a waiver from that restriction. Why does California get special precedent? Other states then can go along with California's regulations without EPA review. For this reason, states like Colorado, for instance, could follow California's lead. California has also already banned the sale of gas-powered cars by the year 2035. 17 states are considering passing bans of their own. Colorado plans to nix sales of gas-powered cars by the year 2015. But many ranchers in Wyoming transport cattle to processing facilities in Colorado, and they rarely have new trucks. Should Colorado follow California's lead, that would have big impacts on the cattle industry. California's ban on old trucks will apply to diesel vehicles that weigh at least 14,000 pounds. According to the California Air Resources Board, about 200,000 vehicles in California are not in compliance. Now, that's a lot of vehicles. Any owner trying to register older vehicles will be denied, they say. The state will cancel registrations as well. Also, CARB is working with the California Highway Patrol to enforce the rule on trucks coming from out of state. This is the last phase of the emissions regulations that were passed 15 years ago under then Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trucks built prior to 2007 have already been banned in the state. Hard to say how many trucks on the roads across America are not in compliance with California's law, but a lot of trucks pass through the state. Now, California actually says that about 10% of commercial vehicles in that state are not in compliance. One truck driver who passed through Wyoming on Tuesday told Cowboy State Daily that he works for a company, and the company trucks tend to be newer trucks. But it's the owner-operators who are independently that usually have the older vehicles. It's not going to be good for a lot of the veteran truck drivers out there today. One trucker out of Las Vegas, also driving through Wyoming on Tuesday, said Yeah, companies with fleets tend to have the newer trucks because they want warranties on those fleet vehicles. Paul Tharp, another trucker passing through Wyoming, said he also works for a company and the California law won't impact him, but he has family in California who drive trucks hauling dirt for construction projects. They're going to have a hard time complying with the rule, he says. I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, but it spreads like wildfire. California passes on to Colorado, passes on to Wyoming, and who's next? Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, my boss man, he buys me a brand new truck every 5 years there because that's all he can write it off of his taxes there. So
hey, see if you can't smack your headset into compliance.
Hold on. That's all right. Let me swap headsets on you.
I thought you was going to get a new headset for Christmas there, Knucklebuster.
That any better?
That's a lot better.
That any better?
That's much better, yes.
All right. Well, I just switched headsets. Tennessee says there ain't nothing wrong with either one of them. It must be on your end then. I don't know. I got 3 headsets up here, but this one here is better, I guess. Well, my boss man, he buys me a brand new truck every 5 years because that's all he can write him off of his taxes there. So when they get to that 5th year, they're gone. His brother's got a 1997 Peterbilt, and it don't make him mad that he ain't got to run in California there, right? Well, I was enjoying that warmer weather there, but shoot, you know, it's my infotainment screen up there told me to watch for ice this morning over here headed towards Oklahoma, so I don't know. I didn't know it was that cold out there. You want my endorsement? You better grease my palm. That'd be, wouldn't that be called a bribe?
Last I checked, yes. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I thought. I've heard a lot of people said that Trump was sent to destroy the Republican Party. You know, he used to be a Democrat, so I don't know. That's all conspiracy. I think that. Oh, well, we'll save that for riding the waves with Dave. He knows all about them conspiracies.
Baloney.
And that cell phone. Do what?
I think that would be called baloney.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, you know, that cell phone got Scott Peterson in trouble. If you keep it on, they'll find you. They'll locate you real quick. And I didn't know they had a national register for firearms. See, they said they had a unregistered firearm. I don't know. We got one of them now.
Technically, no, I guess, but when they found the weapons, one of them wasn't registered, or both, maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's just a Washington State. I don't know. Well, that truck parking over there in Macon, they need to do what Memphis is doing. Somebody needs to just go out there and buy them about 20, 25 acres of property. Don't forget your building permit there and put gravel all over the ground out there, and that's what they do. They pay to park all their trucks out there, and guess what? City gets tax revenue off of it there, and well, just move out of the county. That's what I'd do. I'd leave the city and move somewhere else there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason the church is not into politics is because they're a tax-free entity. If you start preaching politics in the church, they'll take your tax-free status away from you. You can invite a politician to come speak, but he can't talk about politics. He can talk, well, social justice and all that stuff, you know, all the bad things going on, but he can't talk any political ideology there. Well, let's shift gears. Who's it going to be, Georgia or TCU?
Well, I'm thinking Georgia should handle TCU handily. That's my prediction.
Yeah, they had Yeah, wasn't Cincinnati the Cinderella story last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think Georgia's going to take it myself. I don't know. We'll see. You've read the book of Revelations in the Bible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, it don't talk about anything good, does it?
Not really, no. End time sounds pretty ugly.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I'm gonna just turn on David Jeremiah in the morning. He's a real preacher. He don't talk this prediction days or any of that stuff. He's out of Cedarville, Ohio. That's where he's originally born and raised up at. And they called him to preach out there in San Diego, California. He's got a big Bible school out there and all that stuff. So anyway, but the Joel Osteens of this world, I don't listen to them. All right, that's all of my bull on it for this morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's wind this thing on down the road and get your feet up and get on to the house.
Have a great Thursday, Friday Eve, again, as we'll call it. It is 844-3388. Yeah, everybody's probably at time to time you come across, you've hit a deer, you may have, little critters out there on the road. Ever come across an entire herd of cattle, or in this case, bison, in the middle of the highway? That was the situation at Yellowstone National Park last week, as 13 bison killed in a 3-vehicle wreck. Highway 191 near West Yellowstone, Montana. According to the Cowboy State Daily, crash involved one semi-truck and a couple of passenger vehicles crashing into the herd. Again, killing 13. Amazingly, no people were injured in the incident. This stretch of roadway, they say, was plowed, but covered in packed snow and ice. Some of the bison were killed instantly. Some had to be euthanized, according to one veterinarian on the scene. Says, I've never heard of such a crash killing this many bison. But the bison oftentimes do stick to the roadways when it snows because travel obviously is easier on the plowed roadway. If they want to get from point A to point B, they recognize the road is the most efficient. And with the recent snowfall, they haven't got well-established trails. They've got 13 bison in one incident. Been a lot of damage to the vehicles as well, right? Because they're not little critters. They're big boys. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, California. Rain. Of course, in some cases, much needed rain, but too much of a good thing in too little time. Flooding rain, debris flows, high winds, and feet of snow in the Sierra. Yeah, this storm has rapidly intensified as expected. Got the full-fledged bomb cyclone over the northern Pacific, dragging in this plume of moisture, the atmospheric river into California. Yeah, this is actually the third storm to strike California with the atmospheric river since late December, including this past weekend, the New Year's Eve system that has already caused serious flooding and debris flows. Additional soaking storms are potentially in the pipeline continuing into this weekend, as well as next week, which could add to the flooding woes there in California. Rainfall totals from this storm anywhere from 3 to as much as 8 inches in some locations with hilly or mountainous terrain, lower elevations, probably 1 to 3 inches of rain. As far south of as Los Angeles, snowfall will be measured in multiple feet across the Sierra Nevada high country. And, of course, strong winds with this storm, 50, 60 mile per hour, talking about potentially a lot of power outages. But this storm will not end the parade in California. Additional storms in the pipeline. Starting Friday, much of the day should be dry. Rains move in late in the day, which leads to a Saturday into Sunday storm. Another storm carrying another atmospheric river impacting the northern half of California. Monday into Tuesday of next week, another storm, soaking storm, could arrive. Another one that could impact much of the state of California. 5-7, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Eagle sort of got me lit. Obviously he wasn't sure about his friends from his enemy, Matt Gaetz, and all them that are fighting this mess are his friends. They're mega. All right?
Right.
McCarthy is McCarthy, okay? He's not trustworthy. Yes, he went out and made money for him, but I figured he was buying them. So he was buying his vote to get an easy ride in there. Obviously, I'm worried about Marjorie Taylor Greene because she's always been hardcore, right in with them. And all of a sudden, the last 3 months, she's almost went silent on me. And I'm saying, uh-oh, did they get to her? And she's saying, of course, none of them's going to get a seat or get an assignment that voted against McCarthy. But she obviously is fighting these guys. Now, what's going to make me very suspicious is if he does get in, if she ends up with the assignment. And here's another thing she did say: the majority. They're still the majority. Yeah, and somebody made mention tonight where possibly where the Democrat end up with the votes, and Republicans sliding over. Hey, guess what? It's 2 years. We'll know who those Republicans are if they want to shoot their career. But guess what? We might get a better deal than with McCarthy, who's a butt kisser to Mitch McConnell. Because the only way those Democrats could get anything sent out the door is to get the majority of the Republicans to support it. So, that's going to get them talking. But, hey, they're doing exactly what we want them to do, fight, So hopefully they'll fight for a better deal for the American people. Other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, wait for my notification on Facebook for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. How about it?
Which will be the Friday morning edition, no less, right? That's what we're looking forward to, right? Who we got on the line? Is that Cecil?
You got Cecil.
Hi, Cecil.
Yeah, there's an easy solution. There's an easy solution to all those Kia cars being stolen. I've had a girlfriend who was going through a divorce, and I installed a kill switch between the ignition and the starter. Her husband tried to steal the car, and it wouldn't start, even though we had the keys. Then someone was asking the other day why diesel costs so much more than gasoline. That's because gasoline votes and diesel doesn't. You get a kid that's 18 working at McDonald's or an old lady who's on a pension, she's going to get upset and vote. But people like me, I'm a company driver, I don't care what the cost of diesel is so much. So that don't go to the bad like gasoline does. Then on the border, the Democrats are following an historic pattern. They're turning these immigrants into slaves. They come in just like the coal mine slaves in West Virginia. They enter the country. They're automatically in debt. They have to do whatever the debt owner, the gang lords, tell them to do. And it's going to become a real problem because places like D.C. changed the rules on voting. All you have to do is walk in and say, my name is John Doe. I'm 18 years old. I've been here 30 days. They let them vote with no proof of any kind. You don't think those warlords will gather their ballots and say, hey, go vote here and then vote there and then vote there and then vote there and put in the people they want? So we got some real dangers coming up, and it's just a historic pattern. So if you're voting for the Democrats, you're promoting slavery. It's just a different form.
Okay, that's a different different form, different definition, I guess. Yeah, but all right. Video captured this past morning at JR Motorsports there, Mooresville, North Carolina. They had the storms rolling through. They got the camera footage. Yeah, lightning. From one angle, it looks like it strikes a pickup truck that's right next to the number 7 hauler there in the parking lot. The pickup's headlights actually come on after the lightning strike. Boom. Starting the year off with a bang was the post from JR Motorsports. They then shared a second video, I guess from the front side of the facility, that appears to show the lightning actually struck a fence post right there next to the truck. But JR Motorsports, of course, co-owned by Dale Jr., Kelly Earnhardt, and Rick Hendrick, JR Motorsports. But starting 2023 off with a bang. All right, stick around. Coming up, TNC Radio.live. Up next, it's Tom Kirk and a couple of the originals talking about some of the industry changes that they'd like to see here in 23. Yeah, it's taillights with the bombs. Angie interviews the NADRA co-founder, Matt Kilmer, talking about the new association and their call to action regarding safe truck parking. All coming up just ahead on TNC Radio.live. And with that, we close out a Thursday morning. Have a safe day. Thanks for being with us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.